Kicking it with Gives a Minute on Kick. Oh shit. What's crackin'? What's crackin', Gives? What's crackin', Kick? What's crackin', Gives a Minute on Kick? I'll tell you what's crackin'. My foot's numb. What the fuck is with my foot being done? Why is my foot numb? I've had a blister so gnarly for the last week. Since the festival I photographed, my foot has been blistered up like crazy, and now it's numb. which is a bit weird. It's not how you want to start a stream, but I got a numb foot. I hope you've got numb nothings, because numb is not good, right? You want to feel shit. Speaking of feeling shit, small and juiceless. Hello, Smallskis. What's cracking? Small and juiceless. I don't think I've seen your handle before, Smallskis. Where did you come from? What you think you can just come in here willy-nilly and hang out? Yes, you can. Ages ago, probably around about a year and a half ago, someone said I should try White Claw seltzer. And I didn't. But now I've got some, so I'm going to try it today. That's the idea. White Claw seltzer, the mango version, or the flavoring. And then I've got a bunch of Tabses up my wazoo, which I'd like to take a look at, hang out with you guys for a little while. So what do you say? You want to hang out and drink some White Claw? I used to watch you on D-Live. And your handle is not the same as D-Live, right? I don't recognize a small and juiceless. I don't recognize that handle from D-Live days, unless you've changed it, which would be your God-given right if you wanted to change it. By the way, I haven't been live as often as I'd want to be, but that's neither... On D-Live, it was big and juicy. Is this Big Booty Judy? Big and juicy. I think you've got that wrong. Big Booty Judy, right? I know who we're dealing with here, I believe. No! Oh, shit. All right, well, I'm wrong. I'm freaking wrong. By the way, if you are watching on D-Live, swing on over to kick.com. That's where this stream is actually living. We're going to be on kick.com. That's the chat I'm looking at anyway. So at this stage, if you're not here with me on Kick, well, fine, you can watch. Good on you. But if you want to hang out in the chat, kick.com/givesaminute will get you there. Boy, oh boy, hasn't Kick grown a lot in the last little while. I mean, I'm not streaming as much as I would like to, but I've been watching and I've been paying attention, and crikey, kick.com has really grown, yeah, quite a lot. And it's like the growth that I wanted to see on D-Live. You know, like I wanted that sort of, I'm going to say, natural progression upward. I wanted that for D-Live, but just didn't happen on D-Live. Whereas it seems to be happening here on Kick. You could argue that there's a bunch of reasons why it's happening. You know, there's a few controversies and there's a few ups and a few downs. Either way, the website has grown to a serious, what I'd regard as a serious competitor to Twitch. Maybe not a competitor to YouTube Live, but that's a whole nother beast, right? But as far as these smaller platforms go, I think kick.com has really done wonders to get where they are. Small and juiceless, it's already way bigger than D-Live, I think. Yeah, for sure. Like it went from nothing in, what is it now? It's March. It's October 2023. It was November 2022 when I heard about kick.com, and it was on the back of, do you remember Gamer Network? There was a dude parading around sort of saying he's going to make a streaming platform. It's going to be called the Gamer Network. And he was basically a one-man show on Twitter. That's a combination of Tinder and Twitter. He was on Twitter, which is now called X, and he was saying how wonderful this new website's going to be, Gamer Network, and he even sold merch for it and shit. Basically, he was swindling everybody. He was basically scamming everybody to sell a bunch of shit that he had left over from a previous project that he had worked on called Gamer Network. And this idea of a live streaming platform was never going to happen, but he teased everybody. At the same time, kick.com came out of nowhere, and there was conversation about, no, but there is one called Kick. It's a platform that's rivaling Rivaling. That does not sound right. It was trying to rival Twitch. It didn't give a two hoots about DLive, because DLive, what? No one cares, right? But Kick was like, well, we want to compete against Twitch. And when it's rivaling. Is that right though? It's rivalry. No, that can't be right. Hendrik, how you doing, man? I remember those days. How you doing, Hendrik? Good to see you, buddy. I don't think you're right, Smallskis. Rival-a-ring-a-ding-ling. Rival-a-ring-a-ling-ding. Because it wouldn't be rivaling if there wasn't the word rivalry. There's the word rivalry, which has a rival-ary. Rival-ary-ling. 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 Fuck, that's hard to say. I feel like that's wrong. Either way, Kick wasn't trying to rival against DLive. It was trying to compete in the stratosphere that is the Twitch stratosphere, that galaxy, if you like. And I feel like they've definitely made huge inroads into that. Rivaling. You know what? We haven't even had any White Claw yet. Can I go and get the White Claw, and then can we move on past this? I'm going to go and get it. I'll be right back. Rivaling. Get out of here. I can't be... Hey, Shyla Rose! White Claw, didn't you tell me to get this? How the hell are you, Shyla Rose? I thought it was you that told me to get this. It was so long ago. Like, I've got screenshots on my desktop, and one of them said White Claw. And today I was buying a bottle of whiskey as a gift, and I saw this, and I was like, you know what? It's time to try this shit. No, it wasn't me. Are you sure, Shyla? Because I'm going to call it as you. I'm going to say it was you that said it. It might not have been, though. My memory isn't the best of times. Now, the woman in the bottle shop did say the mango is the better flavor. It sounds like something Dalsky would suggest. Yeah, that's actually true. That's true. It's more of a bold It's more of a Dale drink than a Charlotte drink. White Claw hard seltzer, mango. By the way, this automatically gets a big no-no from me. Seltzer. Seltzer's just a wanky way of saying water with gas, right? Bubble water. Hard seltzer. So flavored water with gas. All right. Well, either way, the can looks nice. Seltzer is crap. Yeah, I'm not a fan. But here we go. Don't say I don't do anything for you. I'm trying the shit that you yahoos, or someone, one of you you know how far this goes back? This was on D-Live. So this goes back to those days, before I went to New Zealand. Exclamation drink. Didn't put that in the chat, did we? Exclamation drink. There it is. Even though that sounded identical to one I just did. White Claw. It's not Friday, baby, but it is a White Claw. Mango. Here we go. I mean, it is what I thought it would be. It's a mango-flavored fizzy water. White Claw is American Cruisers. Well, okay. Shh, don't say nothing to nobody. You didn't hear a thing. You didn't hear it from me. I don't mind vodka cruisers. There are two flavors, the two green ones. Cool lime. It's either cool lime and melon, or it's melon. It's cool melon and lime citrus. No. The two green ones. But this is what I figured it would be. Fizzy water with a slight flavoring. And I mean, look, arguably it's not that bad, but is it worth writing home about? No. Let me read about it, because maybe this will make it taste better. It says here, made without compromise, crafted using only the finest flavors to deliver a surge of pure refreshment. And a hard seltzer like no other White Claw hard seltzer. I will say that it is quite refreshing. Sparkling water with alcohol and a hint of natural flavors. Low calories, 95 calories. I mean, that's better than 100. I mean, it's not better than 60 though. 60, you know, it's not better than 69. 4.5%. Gluten-free. So this is all of the things, right? Gluten-free, low calorie. So where is this brewed? Is this made under license, or is this imported from the Americas? Oh man, okay, I can't see that, so I'll check it on a different one. Made in Australia by Lion. By Lion Beer, Spirits and Wine. The fuck is Lion? Made in Australia by Lion, Lion. Registered trademarks used under license by Mark Anthony Brands International. From Dublin. What? So this is a Dublin from Ireland? For fuck's sake, really? It's made under license by Dublin distributor Mark Anthony Brands. Okay. All right. Fine. I tried it. I'll finish it. Netsky, how you doing, man? How you going, Netskis? It means you can drink twice as much without having a hangover. Well, I don't want to drink too much today because tomorrow the wind is offshore and I want to hit the surf in the morning, so I'm not going to be getting... In fact, this stream probably only going to be a couple of hours max. But then again, we haven't seen the likes of Charlotte in a long while. I feel like she's here. Maybe we should... I'm currently a guest DJ in MD stream. Dowski! Oh, cool. DJing. Right on. Yeah, but while you're here, answer Charlotte's question. Was this White Claw crap your idea, dude? I'm pretty certain... Actually, I'm not certain at all. Have a good stream, Gibbs, and howdy all. Thank you, Dale. No sugar equals no hangover. No hangy. No hangy. Have you seen the latest Ben on? A shark-proof swimsuit. I haven't seen the latest, comma, Benon. It's a shark-proof, because it sounds like you're saying, have you seen the latest Benon? He's a shark-proof wetsuit. No, I haven't, but if you can send me a link, I'll check it out. But I do have tabs up the wazoo here. Here's the first one. How a recording studio mishap shaped 80s music. What the hell? Play it. Play it.
This thing keeps happening every single time I listen to one of my favorite songs of the last 5 years or so.
You listen to music on an old school ghetto blaster? What the hell's wrong with you?
I hear this weird but familiar drum sound that just cuts right through the track. I love it.
Weird drum sound. So what do you reckon this drum sound is all about? A drum sound that shaped the 80s. What could that be?
Here it is.
Heavily compressed.
One more time. That punchy, unnatural drum was the sound of the 80s.
The sound of the 80s. And I see a link here from Charlotte. Sharkstop.coskies. Gotcha, Charlotte. I'll just grab that linky poop. I copied the clean link. I'm going over here. I'm going to add it to my wazoo tabses, and we're going to take a look at it. I'm going to drag it all the way over here, and we're going to take a look at it after whatever this is all about.
And it's back. It's called gated reverb. And like
whoa. Gated reverb. Gated reverb, okay. Drums with a gated reverb. So a gate means something that cuts off. So typically in music production, which I know from creating a whole bunch of shit, a gate is when you open or close something, as the name sounds, right? An open or a closed gate. Typically the gate is used to cut out unwanted sound, such as background noise like the ocean outside, or a soft whine. Maybe you're going to record a guitar track and you don't want to hear the room audio. You only want to hear when the guitar plays. So you set the gate to open at the tone or at the velocity of the guitar, and you set the gate to close when the tone or the velocity of the guitar ends. So therefore your audio source, the waveform, looks like nothing, and then the guitar, and then nothing. You don't get this little chunky shit at the beginning and the end. They need to sponsor Wave a Day. Yeah, okay, well, we'll look into that. We'll definitely look into it. Or even reverb. So reverb is a form of an echo or a reverberation that can extend on and on. So a gated reverb would be a reverb that snaps on and off. So a very abrupt, like a very obvious open and closed gate. Maybe if I need Lockie laptop. I need laptop to help.
The greatest
Or we could just watch the video.
inventions, it was discovered by accident.
Right, so what you can hear there is a very sharp stop on the drums. Bang! It's very snappity snap. It sounds like a good effect to gate the reverb. Oh shit, am I missing the gated on the reverb? Maybe I missed the point. They're not talking about the drum. No, they are. They're talking about how recording studio mishap shaped the drums. The reverb on the drum take is gated. Okay. Charlotte, I have my dubs and I'm ready for a classic Give stream. Thank you, Charlotte. I hope so. I hope so. My foot is numb. What's going on? What have I stood on? My foot's numb. Like I can't feel it. How do I know it's mine then? Whose foot is that? Get out of there. It's mine. It's always been mine.
In the 1970s, drums on the radio sounded a lot like this.
They're quite dry, aren't they? They're just as recorded.
To achieve that isolated, clean sound, producers and engineers mic'd the drums all over, including the inside. This was the sound of bands like Pink Floyd, Earth, Wind &
Pink who? Never heard of them. Earth, Wind and what? Get out of here.
Fire, and Genesis.
Genesis? Yeah, get him out of here.
At least up until 1979. That's when Peter Gabriel was recording his third solo
Never heard of him.
album. His Genesis bandmate Phil Collins was on the drums
Phil who?
playing a simple beat. And here's where something magical happened. So according to their engineer, Hugh Padgham, they had a brand new recording console with some cool features. That included a mic hanging in the studio to talk to the band. That mic accidentally picked up Phil's drums, and the result was this thick, punchy reverb that disappeared in an instant.
Is this gonna go where I think it's gonna go? Is this gonna go, there's something in the air tonight? Surely this is where this goes. Haven't watched it before? Is this lining up for that drum sound in There's Something in the Air Tonight? Surely that's where this is going. Netsky, you know it's reverbs and then they gate it short, like getting a short effect. I reckon this is headed into the drum, that song that made that, the sound that made that song.
The reason?
Called it! I called it right there! I called it. Man, this hard seltzer's rad. Huh?
Well, the mic had a heavy compressor on it, which reduces the volume of loud sounds and amplifies quiet ones. It sort of crunches a waveform. And the console had a noise gate, which only lets amplitudes above a certain threshold pass through.
Bingo.
And then it immediately shuts off. The result was such a crazy sound that Peter Gabriel wrote his album opener Intruder around it. Now,
and Primus did the same when they covered that track too.
If you don't know Intruder, you'll certainly recognize this, made by Phil Collins and Hugh Padgham a year later.
Now, if you didn't know that song, if you'd not heard that song somehow, and someone played it to you, just the drum track, you would say, the fuck have you done with those drums, dude? That sounds shit. But add the vocal, you get a package, right? You get the missing pieces, so to speak. Because that drum sounds shithouse. You know it? I figured this got to be where it's headed, right? Your Phil Collins made some nice songs. Oh, by the way, I'm on YouTube, I know. I'm probably going to get dinged everywhere for this, but all right. Okay, YouTube, you have your day. It made my juices flow at the time. But did it? I mean, not questioning your juices and how they flow, but was the sound of that song so unique that you just went, all right, this is how drums should be? Or would you just like, okay, this is a different drum sound? So what are we to understand that the way this happened was that the talkback mic picked up the drums in a distance and it was compressed to the point where the compression was so gnarly that it lifted up the lower frequencies, like lifted them right up, cropped off the top frequencies, and then the noise gate came in as well and it shut the whole fucking thing down to nothing and then something. And that's how that drum sound came. They weren't even using the drum mics. They were using the talkback mic. Damn, dude. That's fun, hey. That's cool.
Thanks to a happy accident, the sound of the 80s was born.
I wouldn't call that the sound of the 80s. I'd say the sound of the 80s was more the synthesizer, but that was definitely part of the season, let's just say.
The drums on In the Air Tonight were recorded in Townhouse's legendary stone room. Its reverb came from the walls of the studio. It was meant to sound like a castle. But not everybody who wanted good reverb had access to that type of space.
In the 80s, once the digital technology came to the fore, not only was
Whoa. In the 80s with digital technology? Net TV, I was around bands since 72, so it was nothing I couldn't handle as a soundie. Are you a sound engineer, Netskis? I didn't know that. This guy said in the 80s with digital... Was there digital tech in the 80s? Get out of here.
Who wanted good reverb had access to that type of space.
In the 80s, once the digital technology came to the fore, not only was the sound of our music changing, but...
Wait. Digital technologies in the 80s. Are we now not talking digital recording, but digitally processing an analog source? Because I don't think digital recording technology was there in the 80s. I mean, the first digital recording device I'm thinking was the DAT tape, right? Oh no, that existed. Interesting. I just like the effect when I heard it, but I never knew it was gated reverb. Okay. And Small and Juiceless says, yeah. So yeah, then digital audio tape. Of course. Okay. Okay, follow-up question. If digital recording technology existed in the 80s, why did it take so long to become prevalent? Like, why did it take such a long time to get, like in the 90s, it was like late 90s, 2000s, it was everything, right? Is it because there was nothing to use it with? That's before the Macintosh, right? Before there was Firewire? Is that why? I love history.
The things that augment our sounds were changing also.
Nothing illustrates this more than the evolution of reverb.
So reverb was achieved in the early days the most natural way of all, which is to have an echo chamber. So what you would do in this chamber is you would set up in one corner of the room a big loudspeaker. And in the other corner of the room, you'd set up a microphone.
Here's an echo chamber at Abbey Road Studios. Echo chambers took up real estate, and
Hey, Dusky! Cheers, man.
it was expensive, so plate reverb was invented.
There'd be a big box with an aluminum plate in it, and the voice would go in one side, travel along the aluminum plate, and come out the other side with a little bit of reverberation on it.
Plate reverb boxes were 600 pounds or more, not great for portability. Enter the AMS RMX-16, a shoebox-sized unit that created reverb via circuit boards and algorithms.
Right there in a box, we had plate reverbs and underground garages and big concert halls and small and large echo chambers. And
now, what's this called? An AMS? Let's just do a little sidestep.
Love you, bitch.
Hey, fucking love you too. Shyla Rose. Let's take a little look on eBay, or let's just do a search for the AMS RMX-16. AMS RMX A16, was that what it was? How good's my memory? AMS RMX16, not even close. RMX16. Oh no, I just put an A in there. The world's first microprocessor controlled full bandwidth digital reverb. Currently selling for $2,480. Bam! There's a digital version of it. There's a duck floating across my screen. I love a good duck. Get out of there. I wonder if you can find these on eBay machine. Just wondering, just curious, right? Anyone got one? There's one there for $2,000. Or you could just use your digital audio workstation.
Shoebox-sized unit that created reverb via circuit boards and algorithms.
right there in a box, we had plate reverbs and underground garages and big...
Hendrik, this is where we need Kicking Saturdays input. Yeah, fully, dude. That guy was rad, hey? Is he on Kick?
Big concert halls and small and large echo chambers and music clubs.
The AMS, which debuted in 1982, was the first reverb unit to be driven by a microprocessor, and it had room for 99 presets, including a few that created that unnatural gated sound with a push of a button.
I think a big example was the work that I did with Prince in the 80s. He loved that gated reverb.
Yes, that Prince. Prince used a Lin LM1 drum machine that sampled real drum sounds. Susan fed that Lin LM1 to the AMS reverb box and used a preset called non-linear. Now, non-linear reverb just can't be replicated in the real world without technology. Reverb in a natural setting tends to fade as the audio signal decays. Non-linear reverb, it actually gets louder. It makes a drum sound like a whip.
Picture it like a tidal wave, a huge wave suddenly stopping and hitting a brick wall. That's the sound of gated reverb. That was the classic quintessential example. That was the big one. That was the fat one. You don't have to be beautiful.
Yeah. Isn't that an interesting sound? Very, very distinct, isn't it?
A year after In the Air Tonight, those huge drums were no longer an accident. The sound was just built into the reverb technology. Then for a decade, gated reverb was just a sound you couldn't escape on the radio.
I wonder, just thinking logistically, I wonder how they transformed this into a live scenario. Was it just a case of miking up the drums, feeding them through the same process that you would in a studio? So you got to bring these racks to the live setting, and that goes out through the PA? That's huge, hey?
It's in the trees. It's coming.
When I was a child, running in the dark.
So let it rock, let it roll.
Okay, so now that you play these songs back to back, I am hearing a similar sound. You might call it the sound of the 80s. I didn't think this drum sound was exactly the 80s, but now that you hear it like this, I can certainly see how the argument could be put. I would have thought the synthesizer was more 80s, but it doesn't matter.
We really kind of used it to death, and by the next album, by Sign of the Times, I was pretty sick of it.
It seemed everybody else was too. When the 90s rolled around, musicians tended to favor those dry drums again. But here's the thing. After about a 20-year hiatus, it's back. Here's Ariel Rexshade on Song Exploder.
Who did that on D-Live? Mayunis. Wow! Mayunis! Who's on D-Live? Wow! Come on over to Kick. I've told you before. Don't make me tell you again.
Produced Carly Rae Jepsen's latest album.
That drum fill is just something that I've always kind of had in my head. They were inspired by the drum fill in Jack and Diane by John Cougar Mellencamp.
Everyone's doing it.
Jack Antonoff of Bleachers was born the year Prince released Purple Rain, and here he is in a studio playing that Lynn LM1 drum machine. He produced Lord's latest album, which has gated reverb drums,
In your car, the radio up. In your car, the radio up.
and Taylor Swift's aptly titled 1980.
I don't know. Going back to that version,
In your car, the radio up.
that sounds shit. Like that might use the gated reverb technique, but it's not a great usage of it. It just doesn't sound good. Does it?
And Taylor Swift's aptly titled 1989.
It's 2 a.m. in your car.
The thing is, producers today don't need Prince's drum machine or a physical rack of reverb units to get that 80s sound. You can go online and download massive Prince and Phil Collins inspired gated reverb drum sample packs. And that AMS RMX16, it's now a computer plugin. Sure, gated reverb drums aren't a timeless sound. They bring you back to the 80s, but that doesn't mean they don't sound cool. This episode of Earworm is brought to you by Audible.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I'm not dissing it, but I'm just saying that for me, the 1980s, and hell, I lived through them, so I feel like I've got a little say in the matter. It wasn't that sound that made it. That was a factor, but there's more to the 80s than just that gated reverb drum sound. Let's move on though. This link that Shyla sent through, a shark resistant wetsuit. A company called Shark Stop. What is this? Due to supply chain delays, new orders delivered in Jan. Okay, so there's a... So it's in high demand. Shark bite resistant wetsuit, fearless. Shark Stop is scientifically proven to reduce... Oh, we heard about this. Shyla, is this the shit that we researched probably 3 years ago? It's like a gothic fishnet metal chain link wetsuit, right? But it's made of material that's not heavy. I think we saw the either the Kickstarter or like first round funding, seeding funding, raising money. I think so. Just been released finally. Yeah, that I feel like we've seen this before. Either way, I'm interested. Shark Stop is scientifically proven to reduce the depth of a great white shark bite. So they've gone straight for the great white. That's incredible because a lot of shark repellent surfing gear distinctly doesn't include anything to do with great whites, because they're like, well, that's the one that's going to just fucking nail you, right? Like, yeah, you can get bitten by a grey nurse or a white tip reef shark, and this wetsuit will protect you. But a great white's going to come flying up from the depths and just nail you. Well, these guys talked about it straight away. Scientifically proven to reduce the depth, so not actually stop the bite, but reduce the depth of a great white shark bite. So a lot of deaths during surfing are not from the bite, but they're from the bleed out. So if you can reduce the depth of it, then maybe you won't hit a vital artery. We're the world's leading developer of shark bite resistant wetties, using new polymer fiber technology with more than 4 years of precision research, which kind of fits into how long ago we first heard of it. These suits are ideal for surfers and divers who want flexibility combined with protection. Our mission is to give everyday ocean users their peace of mind. Leading the way in research, Shark Stop wetty materials successfully tested on great white sharks by... Oh, these are Australian? Fuck yes. Or it's been tested in Australia. Flinders Uni in South Australia. Shit, yeah. Shark Stop features. Shark Stop wetties not only provide maximum safety in the event of an incident, but also offer the highest level of functionality. Find out more. As seen in the media, read articles. 7 News, Sunrise, Forbes, ABC, blah, bing, bong, blang. Wetsuit, Shark Stop, dive. Let's take a look at the surfing wetsuits. But I will interject right now as this comes up. I want to say this, Charlotte. I'm currently using the wetsuit you bought me beginning of not last winter, but the winter before. Remember you bought me the wetsuit, or you gave me the money to buy a wetsuit from Project Blank? I'm using that wetsuit now, and it is great. I wonder how many seasons I get out of it. It's a 4-3 steamer, so arguably coming into these warmer months that we are coming into now, I won't be needing it so much. And I have an old Arzen wetsuit, which is ready to cut the arms off it to make it a spring suit. But I am obviously more concerned about keeping safe in the water. But yeah, the Project Blank one's rad. So thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Let's see what they've got here. Fuck me, it's not cheap, is it? $1.5 grand. Front zip surf steamer. So there's only one out. Front zip surf steamer. It's too large to see it on the one screen. Length, you got a size, small, medium, large, extra large, 2 extra large. Length, standard, tall, double tall. You got 3 or a 5. Okay, so you can get a winter one or a summer one. Both the same price. The Shark Stop wetsuit has a chest zip which reduces flushing. Okay. This also keeps a barrier of fabric between the zip and your skin, lowering friction to keep you riding waves from sunrise to sunset. This shark bite resistant wetsuit comes in men's, women's, kids sizing, along with a variety of fabric. We choose to make our wetsuits with bio-neoprene. The type of neoprene isn't just more durable and flexible, it's environmentally friendly. I mean, look, it's expensive, but it's definitely worth it. By the way, being that it's made of this mesh material, would this last longer? Because typically a wetsuit's going to get you maybe 2, maybe 3 seasons. From what I've experienced, a wetsuit's going to last. So the first time you use it, they're like, shit, yeah, this new wetsuit's sick. The first time I used that Project Blank wetsuit, no water came in. It was like a dry suit. And then as you use it more and more, suddenly you start feeling water coming in under the seams, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, now it's actually working as a wetsuit should work. The way wetsuits work is that you take water in, a thin layer of water between your skin and the wetsuit, and your body heat warms that thin layer of water and traps it there, keeping you warm. That's how they work. So arguably, a wetsuit that's completely dry isn't quite doing what it should do. But they always start that way, and then they progress into being a little bit looser, and even the fit feels like a little bit sort of restrictive at first, but then as you surf more, it becomes more flexible. The Project Blank wetsuit that I've got from Charlotte right now is probably at that perfect point where it's like fully worn in. It's still sealed relatively well. There is small leaks and whatnot. but it's perfect. The water's getting warmer, so it's all good. That's the first winter I've used it. I will obviously surf all next winter and probably the winter after. But I wonder if these wetsuits, because of the way that they're made, they're more of a lifetime wetsuit, you know, like maybe they've got a longer shelf, a longer usage life. I don't know. Let's take a look at the frequently asked questions. Here are some frequently asked questions. Shark teeth are massive. Won't I be crushed and lose too much blood from the bite force of a great white? Yes, you will. Shark stop technology reduces the risk of fatal injuries due to blood loss from femoral artery damage caused by deep lacerations from shark bites. This wetsuit is not designed to reduce crush injuries. Yes, of course. You won't be able to. Yeah, of course. It's not like you're not like wearing a brick, right? Mind you, it says here, a shark stop user with a broken leg, which is a crush injury, but still alive to tell the tale, is always better than the alternative. Yeah, right. Of course, yeah. So what they're saying is, if a great white wants to take a fucking bite out of you, this wetsuit's going to minimize the ability of those teeth to permeate your skin and therefore sever a vital artery. You're still going to get fucked up, right? It's still going to squash you. The pressure and the force of those jaws is still going to crush the shit out of you, but at least you're going to be alive. That's what I'm seeing. The average bite force per tooth of a 6.5 meter, 21 foot great white shark is 410 newtons. Charlotte, if I was a surfer or an ocean swimmer, I'd want one of these bad boys. Oh, look, do not get me wrong. Do not hear this any way but the way it should be heard. I want one, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I probably will buy one. When I'm out there surfing, I'm always worried about this. Always. In fact, sometimes it stops me from surfing. When I think I see something and I'm like, well, it's near the end of my surf anyway, I'll just go in. You know, I'll go in. It's 40 minutes. I've got another 20 minutes left of my GoPro battery. I'll just go in. So if I had the peace of mind, yeah, of course. Anybody. Who did that? Who did that on DLive? Stop doing stuff on DLive, DLive. While you're there, DLive, unban me off your Discord. Do that while you're doing the shit you're doing, DLive. This is too large. Has Shark Stop actually been tested on great whites? Yes, our Shark Stop fabric has been field tested on great whites in South Australia under supervision of some of the world's best shark scientists. Does the protective Shark Stop material make it heavy? Good question. Good question. Shark Stop wetsuits are only slightly heavier than a regular neoprene wetsuit. This is due to the advanced and unique ultra-high molecular weight polyurethane. UHMWPE. Gotta love the fibers. If a shark drags me with their bite, what am I meant to do? Take a deep breath, buddy. There's a lot to learn about sharks. Like that, most shark bites are only exploratory. Most sharks will retreat after this, especially if you defend yourself. It'd be a very unusual for a shark to attempt to drag you. Yeah. But basically, if you do cop a feel by a shark, your best bet is to take a deep breath and get ready for the ride. Defend yourself. I've always said you should go for the eye. If you can find the eye of the shark, probably close to the mouth because you're there getting bit, right? You probably should try to poke the shit out of the eye. Defend yourself. What's that? Ocean Ramsey. She says you should look at the shark, like square on. Don't look away from it. Like make eye contact. It's like a dog, right? Like make eye contact. Sit, boy, sit. That ain't going to work, but the same concept is kind of what they're going for. Hendrik, if Charlotte had one of these, she'd be water skiing behind Dora. Does Dora own a boat, though? What if someone needs to have their wetsuit cut off during an emergency? Good point. Will this material impede the first responders getting the wetsuit off? Yeah, that's a good point. Shark Stop has made sure to add access panels made of standard neoprene in low-risk areas. Okay, so there's a chance to get it off quite easily. That's cool. I'm a surfer and I need my wetsuit to be super flexible. Is the Shark Stop surf wetsuit actually flexible enough to surf in? Good question. The answer, it sure is. Our wetsuits are designed for the ocean lovers like you and all your activities. Shark Stop bite-resistant surf wetties are made and designed to have a long flexibility lifetime whilst being as comfortable and fit for purpose as possible. So basically they're saying you're not going to be encumbered by wearing it. I've watched the great white shark field testing videos of Shark Stop fabric and I can see some holes in the fabric. Am I going to be protected? Shark Stop fabric is the perfect balance of wearability and protection. So they had to make a sacrifice by the sound of it. Bar. If we designed our shark bite wetsuit resilient to stop the smallest punctuality, it would be rigid. Okay, so let's see if we can find... Where are these videos being tested on great whites? It's a beautiful looking website. Dora is the shipper. You were on her. No. I was on the Dora the Explorer. Gotcha. Okay. What's this? Here comes. There's a shark in the background there. Okay, so they've got bait wrapped in a wetsuit. Is that what they're showing there? It wasn't very clear. Here's an interesting chart. Injury locations across shark species. Great whites. The bulk of the injuries occur in the leg area. Bull shark is up to 59. Interesting. Where are these videos, the testing? They said that they tested it, right? What about media? 7 News, Sunrise. Who's going to ding me the least? All these big... Lad Bible probably would ding me, wouldn't they? Let's take a look at the Sunrise.
Most people are enjoying retirement, but Hayden Burford isn't like most...
Nah, the audio's too low. Fuck you, Sunrise. Studio 10. Play.
Now, a wetsuit that can absorb the blow of a great white shark bite, and it gives surfers and swimmers a better chance at surviving an attack. It's about to hit the market.
Hayden Burford is the man who created it and joins us now from Lennox Head in New South Wales. Hayden, it's good to see you today. How'd you come up with the idea and how'd you find the right material to make it shark-proof?
Well, thanks, Sarah. Yeah, look...
So this guy's obviously an Australian, Hayden Burford. Is there anything to do with Burford blanks?
We were talking around the table about some of the accidents that were happening. We had 3 shark attacks here in Ballon. They're only 5 minutes from here. The idea came up talking about Kevlar, and so I experimented with Kevlar and played around with Kevlar after deciding to try and find an answer to this problem, and I found out Kevlar was a waste of time. It's too heavy, it falls apart. I was about to kind of give up a little bit when I was reading on the internet about this fabric which they use to make jackets and shirts in the American prison systems to stop the knives and pickaxes and all the things they use. So I tracked the fabric down, sent it to Asia, we bonded it to neoprene, brought it back to Australia and tested it.
And it works.
Wow. And it
Good
can
on you,
stand up to
Hayden.
How do you test that, though? I mean, how many guinea pigs do you have?
Well, that's a good one. Look, Tristan, we sent the fabric as part of the New South Wales Department of Primary Industries released a grant pretty well right at the time that we came up with the fabric, which was absolutely sensational. So the fabric was flown down to Adelaide to Professor Charlie Houveniers, who is the marine scientist at the Flinders University, and it then went out onto...
That's fascinating footage, right? That's a great white not having its way. That great white's having a hard time permeating to get... They've obviously filled that sack filled with blood and guts and shit that a shark will want, and it is having a hard time getting at it. That's pretty compelling, actually.
Fabric, which was absolutely sensational. So the fabric was flown down to Adelaide to Dr. or Professor, now he is, Professor Charlie Hooverniers, who is the marine scientist at the Flinders University, and it then went out onto the Rodney Fox shark boats, and they tested it on great whites at Neptune Island in South Australia. There's plenty of sharks down there, heaps of them, so perfect place for it. And they put it through all its tests and the biting actions and whatever they had to do, and found out that it came up really, really well. Compared to normal neoprene, I'll give you an idea. Normal neoprene shredded to the point, I've seen both the pieces where there were 2-inch cuts in the normal neoprene, like 50 millimetres long, where the shark had bitten and torn it. With this fabric here, this is a piece of it, and it's in this old proto suit. I don't want you to see too much of that because it's all changed. This fabric here, when they had finished with the fabric, seriously, you can see it all on video, and Dr. Hooverniers doing the testing. They were lucky to get their little finger through the hole, and when they did, it barely came out the other side. So if you were wearing this fabric, you would get probably horrendous bruising. You know, you would be badly knocked around, but the thing is, you would probably not bleed very much. And any of the scientific people will tell you it's the blood loss that kills.
Yeah.
This
we
sounds
saw
right.
the sharks having an absolute go of that material. It's incredible. What's it like to wear, though? What's it like to surf in?
Look, it's a little bit stiff, so what we're doing is that we're putting panels, we're using panels in selected areas where all the femoral arteries are, where all the main hit points are.
Right on.
Like we've done a lot of research. We've found out that bull sharks, tiger sharks, not so much, but especially juvenile whites, will generally go for certain areas, hips, chest and so on, and we've protected all that area with this fabric. So technically, even if it hits you in a few areas that aren't covered in this fabric, they're going to be very, very minor. You might get one nasty cut, but you're not going to get muscles torn away, arteries ripped off of your body and so on.
Suki says hi on D-Live, passing it on. Thanks, Netskis and Suki. I don't know if you're watching, but congrats on coming back to D-Live. I did see a little link that, or a clip that Dalesky sent me of you in a vehicle streaming. That's pretty rad. Good to see. Good. I hope you're well, Suki. And thank you, Netsky, for passing that on. Cheers. Tell her to come to Kick and get an account.
Oh, well, that's what you want. That's how Tony Stark started. I've seen that Iron Man film.
The Iron
That's
Man
when he started. That's where it all starts. Yeah. So what do we reckon? How much will it cost? When do you hope it's going to be available?
Okay, look, we've just started a Kick. We've been going a week and a half now, and we've broken our barrier. We've produced a lot of cash that we never expected. We're doing a Kickstarter program which can be contacted through sharkstop.co. If you go to sharkstop.co.
So it's a Kickstarter? This is so this is a year ago. Interesting that comments turned off on this video, but that's from a year ago. So that's probably not as current as we need to be, but I got to tell you, it looks good, right? This to me, I'm not due for a new wetsuit yet, but the moment I am, I'm going to spend up and buy one of these. It's worth it, right? Yeah, I'm going to buy one. Shop all wetsuits. So in terms of the surf ones, there's only one available anyway. Front zip surf steamer, but it's 3, 4, and 4, 3. Sorry, 4, 3, 5, 4. Actually, it doesn't quite say that, does it? It's just 3 or 5 mil. I mean, I'll get a winter one, 5 mil winter version. I was telling her to get over to Kick. Not sure people get what it is yet. They'll get it. They'll get it. Yeah, I'll get one. I'll get one. Thank you, Charlotte, for pointing that out. Very, very kind of you to point that out. I'm like I said, I'm always frightened. Every time I surf, I'm like, fucking shock. White Claw, hard seltzer. I don't know if I want any more of them, but I do have. I've got a bottle of pop in the fridge, and I've got some rum. Am I going to make a rum? Are we gonna stick around for a bit? We got other tabses. Should we stick around for? Do you want to stick around? We've been live for an hour. I was gonna do a short stream. Do you want to do another hour? Do you want to stick around for more tabses? I'll grab some pop and a glass with some ice, and we'll make a rum. Heck yeah, Charlotte, rum. Okay, so I'll do that. I just don't want any more of this. Like, this is not. There it is! Exclamation drink. Thank you, Hendrik. You say yes. Cool. All right, let me just Yeah, this is not something that I'll ever get again, but we can cross it off the list. White Claw, mango seltzer, yay, nay, whatever. I'm gonna get some pop, some ice. We'll come back. We'll keep rolling. Get on it. You need some R&R, and I do need some rest and relaxation. So I appreciate that, Netsky. I'll be back very shortly. The rum that I've got here is Baron Samdi. Is that how you say it? Baron Samandi? It's spiced rum. It's not that great. Had ice in this before. Looks like exclamation bang don't work on the... Oh, I probably don't have them near the be right back. I haven't... You know what? I should add them to that though, right? I should add all that stuff. You know what? Can we do that now? Let me just I'll tell you what, I'm going to run that scene again and I'm going to add them in now while we're live. So I'll be right back with exclamations. Of course, for me to do that, I've got to copy them first. Hold on a second. Copy. Do you know what? I should just done this myself. Hold on a second.
just farted.
Smoke me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast.
There you go. Okay, so I didn't have them up. Now I have them up. They're all set up. Baron Samandi, Samdai, Spiced Rumskis. Exclamation bang. That's not one though. I don't know why you're exclamating bang. That's not an abbreviation. But if you want to know where these are coming from, type this in the chat. Exclamation shop will get you there.
Smoke me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast.
Ah. Peace and love didn't work.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
It did work. Yeah, that's how that's all happening. Smoke me a kipper. And Hendrik, I think I told you I found a better, cleaner version of that from Red Dwarf. By the way, dude, I'm watching the current Red Dwarfs, like seasons 11 and 12. It's fucking shit, dude. It's really shit, hey. If you've never seen the, I think it's 2013 and 2015, it's terrible, man. It's really bad. Like, that version's better. Yeah, I found a clean version. I was taking the red wine man's lead on exclamation bang. Okay, well maybe we should get one together that's going to be some kind of alert for exclamation bang. Let's move on, folks. There is a link here I've got. It's just a story. A look at who is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's from a blog on iHeartRadio. Chad Tyson. This is from February, a couple of years ago. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame announced the nominees for the class of 2021 this week, and that announcement each year comes a debate by fans who were overlooked by fans over artists and bands that were overlooked or snubbed. Here's a rundown of some of the names. So these bands should have been on the list? Go fuck yourself. Who cares? Who cares? Either way, folks, what is this? First time in a Police fan. All I wanted to do was film Teufelsberg for YouTube. What's this about?
I often joke on my channel, what could possibly go wrong? On this video, I find out.
I can tell you already, exposure's all wrong. You're well and truly overexposed. Look at those highlights, dude. I mean, if you can't shoot in manual, just go to auto. Auto would fix that.
Berlin is my favourite European city. There's always something new to discover every time I return.
And of course, Mustafa's Gimus Kebab. Don't forget that.
The city has an energy I've never encountered anywhere else. I could easily live here. There is one thing which has been stubbornly sitting at number one on my Berlin bucket list for around 10 years, since I first read about it online. Today is the day I cross that off my bucket list, and to do that I need to catch the S-Bahn to Heerstrasse.
Hauptbahnhof. That word always made me laugh at the Hauptbahnhof. The train station. Hendrik, I haven't seen any Red Dwarf since the early 2000s. Well, my advice is to not bother. It's not worth it. By the way, this is way better than the White Claw Seltzer. Are we going to get dinged for this copyright music? Probably. Hey, you yahoos on YouTube, I see 3 watching on YouTube. Come on over to kick.com. Below Deck with Shiloh is a way better show. Yes, it is. What rum have you got? Baron Samandi. Baron Samdi. Baron Samedi. This one.
And so here we are at Heerstrasse. That short train trip from Hauptbahnhof to Heerstrasse didn't go without its own dramas. A woman saw me holding a GoPro and assumed I was a paedophile. She assumed I was taking photographs of kids. As you saw, it was pointing out the window. To take photographs of kids, A, I wouldn't do it, and secondly, you have to point the camera at the children. And they were kind of to my left.
Here's the thing with this, like, I probably wouldn't include this in an edit because just because some woman had a crack at you for something that you didn't do, by including this in your edit of the video, you're validating what she said. I wouldn't even give her that space.
I wasn't paying them any attention. I think she might have had a few mental health problems. It's sod's law. She got off at the same station as me, and it was in loud German. But no one paid her any attention. Oh, right.
No one paid her any attention, but you've just given her 30 seconds of your own video. You shouldn't have done that, dude. You don't need to validate her.
Destination is just down here, and hopefully that woman isn't down here too.
But I'll tell you what, this is pretty rad to see an older person embracing the concept of vlogging in public. Right? Isn't this cool? An older dude pointing the camera at his face, walking down, okay, quite a quiet street in suburban Berlin, pointing a camera at his... This is unusual, right? Oh, Charles, how you doing, man? What's up, Gibbs? How you going, man? Cracking.
And to celebrate my arrival, the rain has started and the mosquitoes are coming out because they can smell me a mile off. Oof. Get away from me. Oh, they've picked up my scent, that's for sure. So what is today's video all about? It's about Teufelsberg.
Is he from Canada? What is today's video all about?
It's a man-made hill in the former West Berlin. Back in the days... Well, that didn't go according to plan. I'll finish my meal, then I'll explain what went wrong.
Wow. That looks shithouse. What's that? Creamed corn, potatoes, pork. Damn, that looks terrible.
Yeah, so there I am, minding my own business, walking along the road, swatting mosquitoes, and a police van pulls up next to me. So they pulled over and asked me to stand where I was. At that point I started getting eaten alive by mosquitoes, and I realised that loony lady over at the station had actually reported me.
Schweinenfutter. Pig food? Pig food?
Sure enough, they wanted to see my passport, they wanted to know where I was going.
So hang on, so the woman reported him for... So he must have been filming kids then. Why would the woman go to the police if he wasn't... If she was just a nutter on a train... That... Thank you. Thank you, Hendrik. Pig food. So yeah, why would this woman... Like... For this woman to go and make a police report to then get the cops out to follow this guy, he must have been doing something, right? Fuck, this is weird, man.
Why was I going there? They wanted to know about my YouTube channel. He looked at the YouTube channel. I should have asked him to subscribe, hint, hint. But I thought, no, I'm in enough trouble as it is. They looked at the footage, absolutely nothing to worry about.
Okay.
But they drove me back to the station, and although they didn't actually say I should head off back into Berlin, that's what was, I think, insinuated. So as it turns out, I did not see Teufelsberg. That is still #1 on my bucket list in Berlin.
Wow.
I am going to see that one day. I will see it one day. The only thing I can say is they were very, very polite, these two police officers, very professional. But it did take them a while to realise that I was completely innocent. They were making loads of phone calls. I don't know who they were speaking to. I could pick up basic words every now and again. And they might have even been phoning up the woman to clarify some of the details. But anyway, clean as a whistle, as per expected. And I guess that ends this video. So I never did make it. But I will make it one day. So guys, thanks very much for coming along on this rather unusual adventure. It certainly ended differently from...
Okay, so what I would say about that is if this gentleman was legitimately not doing anything wrong, like he wasn't doing what... Well, first of all, he said he doesn't speak German, right? I think he's Canadian by the sound of the boots. So he doesn't understand what the woman was accusing him of, but yet he jumped to the conclusion that it was about kids. So that kind of leads me to think that, I mean, why would she go all the way to make a police report to then have the cops go out and find him on the street? I'm on both sides here. I'm not sure if this guy was actually doing something sketchy and he got caught. It's a bit weird. His German pronunciations were not too bad, so maybe he is German. I don't know, but it just seems a bit odd to make that video of that experience. You could have just gone, okay, well, that day was a write-off. Delete the footage, and I'll go back on Tuesday and do the same thing, and we'll go to this Teufelberg and we'll see it. Either way, someone put that in my list of things to watch, and we did. Charlie, I just realized I spelled Hendrik, but I meant Hendrik. I'm sure he's cool. I'm sure he's cool with it. Here is a link from someone put in my chisel chat. The real challenges of the seemingly glamorous job of a live music photographer. Something I can associate with. By Courtney Fry, posted in September of this year. By the way, this could be the perfect time to announce my website has had a little bit of a makeover. bjwalk.com now looks like this. That's zoomed in, of course. We'll just go back to full normal size. I've now just gone to this tabbed format of my images. So if you want to see, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. This link here, full list of bands I've photographed. This is where you want to go, right? You want to start. Well, okay, fuck it. I'll just give you the link to the. If you want to go and look at my website as a music photographer, the link is in the chat on kick.com, bjwalk.com, but it has had a makeover most recently. And I've got all my photos from the Yours and Ours festival coming up to be live on the website. I've got to do some compression and some optimization of the images, but at the moment the website has changed slightly, and there it is. But this link here about the pros and cons, or the real challenges of the seemingly glamorous job of a live music. So let me just say, before I even read this article, I'll say this, and I'll say this with care and respect to photographers. Anyone can photograph.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
With peace and love. Thank you, Hendrik, for that. With peace and love. All respect to live music photographers. However, anybody can do it. And anybody can do it relatively well. Anybody can do it relatively well enough to be able to get in and shoot whatever they want, whenever they want, in any city they want. I've always said that the live music photography should be a step. It should be a stepping stone for you to be able to network and interact on a deeper level. Instead of just shooting 3 songs from the pit and then going back and filing those photos for whatever the publication you're shooting for, you should use that opportunity to mingle with the band or the security or the band's photographer, or do whatever you need to do, however you need to do it, to use the chance that you've got to further yourself. Because anyone with a camera can apply and eventually be accepted to shoot 3 songs from the pit. So the challenge, if this is what this article's about, the challenge of the seemingly glamorous job of a live, there's no challenge. There's no challenge. The challenge is, do you want to do it? I want to do it. Then you can do it. And I've seen it and I know that anyone can do it. Cheers to that. Not much drinking going on. I've had a couple of sips. Hendrik said, finding good light at a gig can't be easy. That's okay. So I'm separating the art of music photography, live music photography. I'm not talking about portraits with bands. I'm talking about a live gig. Yes, that can be challenging in terms of the lighting. But as a photographer, you should be able to mitigate that challenge either on the spot or in post later on. However it works for you. If you can't shoot with your own flash, like your own light, then you should be able to post-process to bring out something. So my ultimate point of this, before we've even read this article, is that anyone can shoot a live gig. If you just keep shooting those live gigs and do nothing with it, then that's boring. You should use the opportunity and the chance that you've got to negotiate some kind of pathway forward, whatever that looks like, whether it's an in-house photographer for the venue, whether it's a tour photographer with a band, whether it's, okay, oh, you guys live in my city? Oh man, I've got a website. Can I come and shoot promo with you guys? Next time you're doing an EP or a launch or something, you're going to need promo photos. Can I do those promo photos? That's what you need. Well, I don't want to sound like a wanker, but you don't need to do anything. You can do whatever you fucking well please. But if you want to take it a step further, you've got a chance, you should take that chance. That's before I've ever read the article. Let's read it. The quote here, photographers often feel like an afterthought when it comes to shooting live music in Australia. Okay. The conversation around gig etiquette has been heating up in recent months as shows and festivals are returning to the energy they held before the pandemic shut everything down. Over those quiet years, a whole new wave of people entered their concert-going age without being able to actually go to a live gig. That's a good point. Stepping back into reality, shows and festivals were overwhelmed with a massive cohort of young people having their rite of passage moment, being able to go out and see live music. This explosion back into the live music experience has brought with it new behaviors. Shows are being recorded at length on phones by those desperate to capture the moment of the gig. Well, I'm going to stop it right there and say that's always happened. From the moment we've had cell phones, handies, right? Mobile phones, people recorded shit. Before, you were smuggling these guys into gigs, right, to shoot video. You were there going... That was before, but now everybody's got their... You can just point your thing at the thing and go, I've got this on high quality fucking 4K. This was way more gnarly, right? Like, what do you got up there? Nothing, just coming in, right? You got something up there, haven't you? You got a video camera. My point is, it was always happening. Also, is there alcohol in this rum? I feel like there is. Some people are manufacturing... What, man? Some people are manufacturing their own viral moments, which we've seen through things being thrown at artists. Oh, like bottles and shit. Okay, well, that's always happened as well. Keen fans are camping out for every show. That's always happened. Not just the big ticket gigs, but shows at mid-level venues. That's always happened. The passion for seeing live art is palpable, and not many more people feel it than the people trying to capture the energy every night. Photographers. Okay. There's one there. Okay, so there's a little interlude from Instagram. But while the obsessive vibe... Obsessive? Who's obsessive at gigs? They're just fans. This article's shit already. But while the obsessive vibe is exciting and endearing, it can also make it tricky for those putting on and professionally documenting the show to do their job safely. Okay, so this article's going to take a twist, I suppose. I thought this article was going to be about how bad it is for photographers to be at the gig and be underpaid and not do any, like, how do they shoot just 3 songs? They should cover the whole. It looks like this is going to go towards, like, the crowd sucks or something. What? I don't know where this is headed, but I'm interested. When looking up safety for live gig photographers, the results were overwhelmingly the same. The responsibility of the artist to keep themselves safe and unharmed. But why should the onus always be on the individual? Especially if they're typically working for a venue, festival, or artist. Okay, first of all, I'll stop you right there. Who's this written by again? What's the name? Samson? Courtney Fry. Yo, Court, I'll stop you right there at this point. Where was it? I will say here, you said, why should the onus always be on the individual, especially if they're typically working for a venue, festival, or artist? I'll say right there, 9 out of 10 photographers in the photo pit are not doing either any of those 3 things. They're not working for the venue, they're not working for the festival, they're not working for the artist. The photographer working for the artist is on stage or backstage with the artist. The photographer working for the festival is roaming the festival doing their shit. They do come into the pit from time to time, but they're not typically there with the media guys. The photographer working for the venue, same as the festival in a sense, venue or festival, same kind of scenario. So you say here, why should the onus of safety be on the individual? I'll tell you why. Because they're individually contracted. They're responsible for their own actions. That's the nature of having an ABN, working for yourself. You're a freelancer. If you don't like that, don't work for yourself. If you can't handle yourself, don't work for yourself. I feel like this article is going to take a twist. Triple J spoke with multiple Australian photographers about their experiences shooting live music. While they know that their job does involve getting into the pit to capture the energy, they also said there needs to be a level of respect from the crowd to let them do their job without fear. Are you fucking serious? You're talking about the punters? Dude. Okay. This is going to take a twist. Am I hearing this right? Is this article saying that the people that are watching the show need to show more respect to the photographers? Fuck off. They're there to see the show. You should get out of their way, if anything. They're the ones paying for the ticket. They're the ones that have waited at the fucking barrier for hours to camp and get their spot to see their favorite artist. And you're there in their way? If they get angry at that, they deserve to be angry. Get the hell out of the way. Hendrik, I knew this article would be of interest when I read it. I feel this is not a professional. This is a big joke, this article, right? Because I was going to say, if you're upset about the crowd response to a photographer, you've never photographed a hardcore show. Go to your local Crowbar or your little shitty venue and shoot a hardcore band with no barrier, with no photo pit, and be in there with 3 lenses and a bag and roam that crowd and shoot photos of the front man getting into the crowd in a circle pit with hardcore fans. And that's when you can tell me, okay, maybe the crowd was a little bit disrespectful, but they're not there to worry about you. They're there to swing their arms into the air and wave them like that. I just don't care and have fun. That's why they've gone to the gig. They want to have fun. They don't care. Like, this is ridiculous. Ian Laidlaw, who's been shooting live music for 20 years, said that the mutual respect is one of the keys to getting the best shots. Okay, I'd agree with that. I'm quite conscious of people who have been there for a long time, so I try not to obscure anyone's view. Okay, Ian, you're on the money. I think it's polite, you know what I mean? Like, I'm being paid to be there to do a job, but also someone who spent their hard-earned to watch a performer. Yeah, okay, so you mimicked what I just said. Okay, good. Now, this is an interesting photo to put here because Nick Cave, and I photographed Nick Cave, he has a photo policy which is pretty clear. You only can shoot from one side of the stage. pick a side. You're either on the left or the right. Once you're there, you're not moving. So this photo, obviously on the left side of the stage, not a great example of crowd interaction or being heckled by the crowd, because you're nowhere near them, because you can only shoot from the side of the stage. This is from Ian himself. This image was taken at the end of 2022 on tour of Nick Cave. This is the end of the tour on tour. So you were the photographer with Nick Cave. This image was taken at the end of the 2022 on tour. So you were the tour photographer. The reason I love this shot is because when it happened, it was about halfway through the set when the photo pit was cleared. Yes, that's right. And I'll bring my website up again and just show you. Did I photograph him in 2022? Just going to N here, Nick Cave. Okay, so I photographed Nick Cave in 2017, a few years before. And as you can see, my photos, media photographers were only given one song from the side of one song. So here's this article about. So you're the tool photographer and you got the same photo I got, dude? Boring. Where's mine? Bring this over here. Look at my photos. Now, I'm not suggesting my photos are better or worse than his, but look, the point I'm making is that this photo is from the side of the stage, yet it says here, you're the tool photographer. What does he say? When it happened, it was about halfway through the set when the photo pit is cleared. Nick jumped down and into the crowd to connect even more so, and being able to have the access to these types of moments makes what I do for a living even more special. Ian Laidlaw. Just give me a second. Let me just bring up my personal Facebook page. Do I know this guy? Not that this is going to change what I say about him, but I just wonder if I know him. I'm just going to bring up my Facebook. I'm not showing this publicly, obviously. Ian Laidlaw. No, he's from Melbourne. No, I was thinking of a different person. Oh, I do know that. I do recognize the guy there. Okay. I'm going to show this because so we're not Facebook friends, but this is the guy. This is the guy we're talking about. But I know this guy. He was at Yours and Ours last weekend, so I know the guy. The point that I'm making with that is that if you have the access that he clearly had as the tool photographer, can't you get a photo that's, sounds wanky, but better than just the media guys? Because my shots are from the side of the stage as well, and we only have one song to get them. There's one right there. Okay, there's no crowd interaction. I guess the point of this conversation is he's talking about the crowd interaction. Fair enough. Interestingly, crowds in a post-pandemic shutdown world have been different for each photographer. Where Ian has found he's been given a lot of space and respect from punters, Jordan Munns has found people can completely disregard personal space entirely. It's always a mixed bag. People probably would never actually disrespect any of the people are drunk. No shit. A lot of people grabbing you or trying to take your camera. No, dude, that's just part of the gig, man. I guess a sign of how intense it can be in the crowd is that I literally put my longest zoom lens on and hold it up above my head and kind of use it as a way to get people to move out of the way. Wow, you do that? Okay. I don't know if I'd be shielding myself with a lens, but okay. Media photographer. Okay. Jordan recognizes that he's a 6'1", so he's tall. This is the kind of reaction he's getting from punt. He fears how non-male photographers, non-male? So female. Non-male. What the fuck? Not using two cameras, no time to change. I mean, that's true. Like, yeah, you need two bodies. I don't know. I mean, maybe he hasn't got a second body, but yeah, anyway. Gabrielle Clement works as a live music photographer and has shot everything from intimate venues to major multiple-day music festivals. She agrees that people in crowds have become a lot more protective of their space. What the fuck? What the fuck is this article? This article is saying... This article is saying that because of the pandemic, people that go to gigs are now more protective of their space. If anything, they'd be the opposite. They'd be like, Finally, we're allowed to go out and spread ourselves around. Yeah, let's party, give everybody hugs. Because during the panny, you had to stay within 1.5 meters or whatever it was with a mask on. Now you don't have to. This article's stupid, right? What a crock of shit. I definitely think the crowd not understanding our role. It's got nothing to do with you. It's nothing to do with photographers at gigs. They've always had photographers at gigs. There's no difference. What a fucking load of shit. I don't know if I want to read any more of this crap. That's cool though. Is that Tism? That's Tism, isn't it? That's a Tism shot. There's been quite a few instances where I've had to kind of step in with a crowd member talking to another photographer where they're quite new and don't really know how to handle the crowd. So they're new. These people that are going to shows have never been to shows before. Look at this guy behind going, what the hell? Tism, folks. Can I just show you my Tism shots while we're here? Might as well, right? Might as well show it to you. Tism. This was a couple of years ago now. Tim Rogers, Tism, Good Things Festival, well, last year, December 2022. Dude, this was a great thing to see. If you know, well, actually, only Australians will know this. If you know Tism, you'll know what this shit is. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. Where are we? We'll take a... By the way, these images are taking a long time to load because I haven't optimized them yet. But while you can see what's going on there. By the way, is that a long lens? Love to see the photo from that. The best part of being a music photographer is how unpredictable it is. No show is ever the same. You're constantly learning and being thrown into new challenges. Join the Wanker Club. Right on, Hendrik. Okay, so this person says, pre-COVID, I had a very off experience at a music venue, which put me off shooting in crowds. I was lucky that I had access to the side of stage, so I could just move myself from the situation. Blah, blah, blah. What a fucking load of shit. I can't read this article. It's just stupid. I'll tell you who this is, though. This woman here. She is the drummer in a band that I photographed at Yours and Ours. And I was told to watch their show. Let me just get a list of the bands. Oh, I've already deleted it. I can't remember. But anyway, it doesn't matter. But this woman, she's a photographer, but she also plays drums in a band called... I'll tell you how I can remember it. I go to my Across the Ocean website. Across the Ocean, all the photos from the Yours and Ours festival are now up on the Across the Ocean website, but they're going to be a little while until they come to my website, but I can tell you who she is. We'll see very, very soon. It was day one, wasn't it? Day one of the festival. Oh, there's Steve Ann. Oh, by the way, I got a fucking rad photo of Steve Ann. That's it there. Dude, Hendrik, Steve Ann. Okay, so I went and photographed Steve Ann because of the name, right? And there was no one else shooting him. On a side stage, right? The one of the local stages, not rad. It was on the La La stage. And as the set got deeper into it, it was clear that I was the only one there. So I was like getting up, got my fisheye lens on, got right up close. It's a small stage. You can get right up intimate. And he saw me, hey, and he's like, he came right up and he played his licks. And I got like super close and he did this, man. It was sick, hey? Let me show you. And this made the splash image, of course, the hero image. And cool sound too, like really cool stuff. Steve Ann, look at him. And the next shot, you see him smiling as well. You can see there's a series of photos of this. They're not in order here at this point, but... Now these photos are optimized, so they should load quicker than this. Oh, maybe they did. Sorry, there's two photos there. They're both very similar, but look at his smile. His smile's forming, and then there's one where he got like a big smile. Oh, but then he walked up. Then he backed off. What was I showing? Oh, I was trying to find that band that this female photographer is. Let me just go back. What's the band she's in? Dude, I photographed her band. By the way, this band, Chimers, they were fucking rad. Teen Jesus and the Gene Teasers, they were fun. Gojo, these guys, the side stages, man, they were sick. This is too rad. We'll check them out. Yeah, check it out, Hendrik. Might have been, oh, this band, Full Flower Moon Band. This, I gotta tell you now, I'm gonna stop and just tell you, this band, this guy, the rhythm guitarist in this band, I had the only time in my life where I've actually sort of fanboyed someone, right? So I shot this band, and the whole time I shot them, I was just captivated by this guitarist. And then, it was the same day, because it's a 2-day festival. Yeah, the same day, I was just walking through one of the areas or whatever, and I saw this guy, and I was like, hey man, I photographed your set, and like, your guitaring was incredible. And I'm like, I can play a guitar, but I'm not a guitarist, but I know what you were doing. And fuck me, dude, it was so sick. I said, your sound, and I'm talking about the sound that came out of your amp in that gig with your band, but your particular sound is the best thing that I saw the whole weekend on that festival. And it was like just what you were doing. And he's like, wow, man, he said, I'm Christian. I'm like, I'm Benon. Shook hands, and I'm like, I don't want to like whatever, but I loved what you dudes were doing. It was so rad. And like what you did to what the other members of your band were doing was so cool that it just, like I shot it, and then I just stood back and I lapped up the opportunity of being in the front with the photo pass, and I was like, fuck, I'm just going to watch this shit. This is so good. I was like sitting right there, like in front of him playing guitar. I was like, yes. And this is one of the side stages, like the smaller stages. The bigger bands like the Meg Max and the Ocean Alley and that, they were doing their thing on the big fucking tall. These guys were just fucking killing it. It was so sick. Charlotte and I saw Full Flower Moon Band with Bibby. Did you really? No shit. They're a Brisbane band. Dude, now you know what I'm saying, right? You've seen it. This guy, Christian, this rhythm guitarist, he didn't just like fill in the gaps of the guitar sound. He made the guitar sound. His sound and his like sort of like the canvas that he created with the stuff that he was doing, it was like, just think about like Sonic Youth or something, right? Like this absolute like wall of guitar noise, and that was coming from this one dude. It was so fucking rad. Dang, man, you got a recording of it? No, I don't. Net TV. I don't know anything about the band except that they were on this bill, and I just went into that side stage and went, Full Flower Moon Band. Oh, I'll check them out. Sounds like a cool name. And I started shooting them, right? I started shooting like the front woman. She's there. I started shooting. I kept coming back. The bass player played in another band as well. I kept coming back to this guitarist because it was so fucking, like, he was just so crafty. I know that sounds stupid, but he was so interesting to watch. You can see him here, like the way he's just like, yeah, just painting. He's painting, right? He's painting a picture, and it was so sick. I have video. I'll play it on next. Dude, Hendrik, the fact that you and Charlotte, are you still in the chat? You know what I'm talking about then. So those guys were fucking rad. Full Flower Moon Band. Hell yeah. But let's go back. Let me try to find, I'm still trying to find this woman who's in this band, right? What the band she's in? By the way, Oliver Tree was pretty rad. Oliver Tree was fun. Not Chet Faker. Towns, these guys from Adelaide, they were sick. Not the Ryans. Drift were fun. Not Meg Mac. Sesame Girl, Busty, Forest Claudette, not Vera Blue. Was it Chloe Dad? Was it these guys? It might have been Chloe Dad. Charlotte's still here. Yeah, they were rad. So Charlotte, you know, hey, yeah, okay. So this just another sidestep, because we're talking about this article here, and we came across this woman, right? So this woman, she's a gig photographer, and I was told about her when I was photographing this band, Chloe Dad. And now the front woman, I guess, is Chloe. But if you cut forward to the drummer, bam. Okay. I don't know how many shots I got of the drummer. Cute bass player. Hello. But the drummer. So this woman, I don't know her name, but this is the woman we're talking about in this article. Ruby Boland. That's her name. I'm a huge music fan, have been my entire life, so being able to capture my favorite artists for a living is amazing. When I get to shoot alongside my best friends, it makes entire. So she's got a band. She plays drums. But okay, so this article is a crock of shit. Just calling it, and it's over. Hopefully, is that Childish Gambino? Yeah, Childish Gambino. All the photographers we chatted to told us there have been times when they've had to leave their gear somewhere not very safe. You fucking just put your gear down with the bouncers. What a big deal. Jesus, man. What a crock of shit. Ian, by the way, I will say this. Ian and I had an encounter one time. Ian Laidlaw. I didn't know that. I can't remember his name, but so I'll tell you a quick story about Ian. So this goes back. I feel like this was back in Adelaide. This goes back probably 10 years ago. Future Music Festival, I think. I gotta bring him up because it's gonna remind me of the story, but he's got a smirk, hasn't he? Like, there's a bit of a smirk on his face there. He did something. There was some. I can't even really remember what it was, but he had a crack at me. He had a go at me for something. It was like, oh. Sometimes I'll photograph. Oh, my gear's not here, but sometimes I'll photograph a high shot, like. Can you see if I get my camera and I've got the wide lens on and I go up high and I want to shoot on a down angle, and he didn't like it. Okay, we're in a photo pit. I think it was the Future Music Festival. I'd have to go back and search the archives to find, but I think it was the Future Music Festival in like 2012 or something. I was still living in Adelaide. It can't have been 2012 because that was the Tracer years. Might have been 2011. Doesn't really, the date's not really relevant, but the point was that there was many photographers. Now, he was a festival photographer, right? So he was working for the festival. So I'm there as a media guy. 3 songs from the pit and you're gone. Festival guys get access all, right? They can shoot whenever they want, from wherever they want, for however long they want, including on stage, backstage, side stage. We, as a media guy, only get photo pit, 3 songs, then you're out. So I'm very cognitive of the fact I've got to get my shots in 3 songs. These guys can come and do what they want whenever they want. So I'm there doing my shit, and I've got one of the shots, the above shot, and he's got me on the back, and he's gone, and he's nabbed me, and I've turned around, I'm like, and he's like, what? I didn't know what he meant at first. I was like, what? No more, like, because when you look at him, you don't know that he's festival photographer. You just see another photographer and you're like, no, what? Like, because it wasn't, I can't remember, but it wasn't the first and it wasn't the last song. It must have been song 2, right? Of whatever the band was. I think it was the Wombats from memory. I think it was the Wombats. Can someone fact check that? Go back to my Wombats. Go to my website, Hendrik, if you're there, bring up whenever I photographed the Wombats. I think it was the Future Music Festival. It doesn't really matter, but anyway, he stopped me and I was like, so I just dismissed it and went, whatever. So I went back to do what I was doing, and he grabbed me again and he pulled me back, like physically pulled me back. And I was like, what's wrong with you, man? And he's like, you're getting in my way with the shot. I'm like, ah, one of these guys who doesn't like that there's someone else there shooting a photo in a different form than the one that you're shooting. I was like, dude, don't worry about it, man. I'll only be a second. Hey, back up with the shot to get the thing. By this stage, to be completely frank, I don't really care about the shot, but I care more about making a point to this fucking dickhead photographer. So I'm doing my thing, and he's grabbed me again for the second time. And that's when I'm like, dude, you do that one more time, and it's going to be on, right? We're going to have a situation here. So don't do it again. And I go back to do my shot. And he goes to me, access all areas. He did the AAA thing. And I'm like, okay, you've got access all areas, so fuck off. Go all areas. We've only got 3 songs here, dude. So you do your shit outside of what I'm doing. I'll do my shit in the 3 songs, and then I'm not back in this pit. You can come here because you've got AAA. You can come back here whenever you fucking want, dude. Do your thing. Fuck off. Let me do my thing. Then you've got free reign, and no one's going to get in your way because you've got AAA. You're good. Now, there is a silver lining to this story because when that happened, I can't recall. Something happened to diffuse it. I think I might have just stepped aside, or maybe there was more photographers in the way. Adelaide Future Festival. Thank you, Henrik. Thank you, man. It was Future Music Festival. Yeah, that's where I recall this. So thanks for checking that, by the way. So I've got a pretty good memory, but more so when I can link photos to a date, because obviously photos are date stamped for me anyway with the XIF data, but I can remember. Anyway, so that situation dissolved. And then I will say, to the credit of Ian Laidlaw, he did come to me next time I saw him, which would have been maybe the big day out, or maybe the Soundwave. If it was 2012, it would have been Soundwave. Yeah, it might have been Soundwave. And anyway, I saw him again, and I was like, where do I know this guy from? Oh, and then it tweaked. I was like, that's that fuckwit from the other festival. I was like, hey, man. And I'll give credit. Got to give credit where it's due. Ian, if you end up watching this somehow, he came up to me and he said, man, I got to apologize for my actions that last time. That was stupid. I was being a dick. Apologies, man. I was like, yes. All right. Thank you, man. I was like, yeah, that cool, man. Thanks, dude. And we shook hands, and I was like, and I saw him not yesterday, last week at the Yours and Ours, and I was like, no, like, I don't hold grudges against anybody, right? I don't even hold my own grudges, right? If I fucked up, I still don't hold that grudge. So I'm just definitely gonna wash that aside. Same guy from this guy. This is the dude. Yeah. So like when I saw him again, yeah, we just say g'day. Like no dramas, nothing, right? Like just whatever. Like, how you doing, man? Cool, man. Good to see you. So the point of it was, and I guess the reason I'm bringing this up now is that in this article, not necessarily Ian Laidlaw that said this, but the article was definitely slated towards this idea of because of the COVID pandemic, now people don't like photographers at gigs, which is bullshit. People have never liked photographers at gigs because they've paid money to see their favorite artist, and there's always some fucker in the way. Now, I'll also, and it's usually a photographer, if not a bouncer. Like, you've heard of people trying to push bouncers out of the way. Like, I've been lining up here for 7 hours to see Limp Bizkit. Now get your fucking, why can't this security guy just be like 4 people that way? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's always gonna be someone in the way. Doesn't matter how long you've lined up for. Doesn't matter how much of a fan you are. It's not always photographers. It can be anybody. But that's just how it's been. The pandemic hasn't made any difference. This article pretending that the pandemic has changed things, stupid. But if they're trying to desperately search for an article, then they got one, right? They found one. But look at that smirk. And there he is with his access all areas. Fair enough. Like, look. I said this at the very beginning before we even read this article. I said, as a media photographer or as a live gig photographer, the ambition, the goal should always be to obtain what Ian's got right there, access all areas. You want to work for the band or for the venue or for the festival or for the promoter. You don't want to be what I am right now, which is just a media guy, because anybody can get a media pass. Anybody can. I'll get anybody. I've got a publication across the ocean. If anybody in Australia, arguably I could do it internationally, but it'd be a bit more difficult. But if anybody in Australia wants to photograph any event, send me an email. I can get you in the event as a photographer I don't even need to look at your portfolio, because they give these shit out to anybody. Doesn't matter who you are, right? You just have to have a publication, which I have. So the point of it is, anybody can do it, but you should use that opportunity to further network yourself to obtain a deeper connection or a working relationship with a band or a venue or a promoter, etc. Need more full flower moonshots. Hendrik, if you want to shoot a gig in Brisbane, just hit me up, dude. You could shoot any of the tours that come across the East Coast. I can hook you up for sure. Dugsky, hey Gibbs, how you doing, Doug? But I tell you what, I love these conversations. I love this talk, and I love this photography talk, because I'm fortunate that I have had both experiences. Like, I've had the media 3 songs from the pit and you're out, and I've obviously have had the tracer experience as the tour photographer, international, in venues like rocking up to a new venue every night in a new city every night as the photographer. It's pretty daunting in times, and it's a little bit like, oh wow, it's overwhelming. That's the word. You're a bit overwhelmed at first, but once you get into that pattern of this is the way that this tour is rolling, and this is what we ended up writing, or I ended up writing the photo policy for the media photographers that came to shoot tracer on these tours. And as a photographer, I made it very clear that these are the rules. The rules are, there are none. You shoot 3 songs from anywhere you want, aside from side stage, backstage, or on stage. Those are the 3 areas you cannot go. You can shoot anywhere else in the venue you want, aside from side stage, backstage, or on stage. Those are the 3 stages that are off limits for you, because they're mine, right? That's my space. You can shoot 3 songs from the pit. If you need to use flash, because you're a photographer and photography is the capture of light, if you think you need to use flash, go ahead. Be our guest. We want you as a photographer. And I'm talking on behalf of the band, because at that point I am talking on behalf of the band. We want you to capture the best images of our band that you possibly can. If you don't have the technology to shoot in low light, and therefore you need to add light, be our guest. Put up flashes. Go to town. Do it. For 3 songs, you can do that from the pit. Whatever. Go to town. First 3 songs. After the 3rd song, you are free to shoot anywhere you want in the venue for as long as you want, aside from side stage, backstage, or on stage. Shoot the whole show if you want. We don't care. We just want the best from the gig. At the end of the gig, it would be rad for us to see your photos, so please post them on the Facebook and tag Tracer so we can all see them. Now, as a photographer that's done the media stuff and a photographer that's gone on tour with a band, that's the kind of photo policy you want to see. You want to see, oh, okay, these guys respect that there's a photographer. Because if you turn up in Salzburg, let's just pick a random city. You turn up in Salzburg and you've got a gig at some venue that, to be frank, I don't remember the name of it. You turn up to that venue. Do you want local Salzburg media publications to come and shoot the show? Of course you do. Because that means the next time you come back to that city, all these yahoos that saw that shit in their local rag, they're going to come. They're going to buy tickets. So if you can start this groundswell of interest in a band because of a rad show, because the photographer got great photos because they were given a great photo policy and they weren't restricted, then everybody's happy. And suddenly it's like, oh, that band Tracer, they got a great photo policy. They got a tour guy who does this shit. And by the way, at that point, when those 3 songs are on, I made a very, very clear point to not be in the photo pit. Give that to the guys. Like, let the media dudes have free reign of that. Some of the venues were small. Some of the photo pits were tight, right? I was like, you guys go. You got 3 songs. Go to town. Do what you... There were exceptions when I was shooting video, but we kind of did a staggering... Every night I shot a video each song of the set, so it progressed along. But sometimes there was times when I was in the photo pit with the media guys. But what I'm getting at is that I made my way out of their way to let those dudes do their thing for 3 songs. And then once 3 songs were up, and the security knew, because I briefed them before the show. I'd brief all the security. I was like, after 3 songs, these guys are gone, right? They're out. But they can shoot from the venue. Do not stop them shooting long lenses from the back of the hall. They can still shoot. Let them shoot, but they're not from the pit. After the 3rd song, I'd go in there and do my thing. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. I should have hit you up for the Bibby gig. Would have killed 2 stones with 1 stone. 2 birds with 1 stone. I think Bibby may have dropped a new tune, by the way. Have a look up. Spinning Top music. Yeah, for sure. Great insight, man. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, man. Shall we move on from this topic? I think we finished this article, and we saw some TISM photos. I do have another link. Driving my Delica to Iceland. This will probably be our last video, but it's 36 minutes. Should we watch? This is Thomas Heaton. Hendrik, you know this guy. This not English guy who's got a Delica. I think we should watch it. I hope we will watch it. Are we going to watch it? I kind of want another drink though. I got no ice left. I'm going to go and get some more ice. We'll come back in and we'll watch Thomas Heaton driving my van from the UK to Iceland. By the way, while this Be Right Back rolls, you can still trigger alerts and stuff because I turned them on.
Smoke me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast.
I just farted.
I want to mow the lawn and go fishing.
You better get that checked out. I just farted. I heard it. So I got a glass which has got way more ice than it's necessary, but it's better than none ice. Baron Samandi, Spiced Rumskies. And we will take a look at this Thomas Heaton video, but that'll be the last thing we do because I want to I don't want to get so, like, I want to get up early to go surfing tomorrow. Hey, it's my day off, and I want to go surfing, so I don't want to get trashed. But I also do want to. I think Net TV said it before. You need some R&R, and I do appreciate that. That I work a lot, you know. Like normally I'd be streaming like here daily, but because of the job and stuff, that's going to be weird. That's going to get weird, right? Like I work a lot. Netski, perfect balance of ice to rum. I think that's a pretty good mix. Cheers, cobbers. Driving my van to Iceland. Thomas Heaton. He has the same Delica as I do. A Chamonix.
Oh, it's raining.
I wrote this script.
I wrote this script. I love that. Creaky. I wrote this script. Can I hear that? I want to hear that again. I haven't heard that one for a while. I wrote this script. Exclamation script.
I wrote this script.
I wrote this script. Oh, that's
I wrote this script.
There it is. That's from a TED Talk, folks. I wrote this script. Wow, snappity snap.
Well, the title of the video doesn't lie. I'm driving my van to Iceland and I am so nervous.
I don't know why I'm so nervous. Like I was trying to analyze it, you know, so that.
By the way, just as we watch this, I want to be critical and responsive. But look at his snorkel; it's on backwards. Can you see the snorkel? Where's my see the snorkel? It's backwards. Is there a reason to put a snorkel on backwards? I mean, let's find out. Why face snorkel four-wheel drive, to make sure we're not talking about scuba diving, backwards? Maybe he reverses through the water. I'll fucking pay that.
I'm not like...
I'll pay. Oh shit, I'm not like that madman. Madman, it didn't happen. Who did that? I'm not like that madman. I didn't spell it right. Madman.
I'm not like some madman.
There it is. Here's a thread from 4x4 community. Snorkel facing forwards or backwards? Facing backwards should do more or less the same. Front facing heads get a lot... What? Fuck me. Can I just stop for a second and say that trigger, that actually was a legitimate fuck up. For those that wonder why that keeps saying fuck me, that was actually a legitimate fuck up on stream. I think something sketched out on OBS and it stalled. So we bottled that, and there it is! Exclamation fuck me. So what is this? Is it advisable to have the head of a snorkel facing forwards or facing backwards?
Peace and love. Peace and love.
By the way, can I just also interject and say, for those that might think or maybe might draw the conclusion that, is it worth doing this? You know what? Don't even worry. Forget what I just said. Forget it. It doesn't matter. My only concern is with bugs. So what does this person say? Doesn't really say much. Let it face sideways, then you're in between. Fuck you. I want it to either face forwards or backwards. Go sideways. A pre-cleaner work on the principle either to slow the speed down or change the direction. So they're talking about particles that get into it by facing forward. There is virtually no ram effect at the speeds we travel. As such, facing back probably has more advantage than facing forwards, but it looks wrong. Test it and decide for yourself. Extra air filter. It'll make a big difference because the vehicle cannot go fast enough to create any ram air effect. This person says, this is from Stevan Van Tonda. The sole purpose of a snorkel is to keep water out of the intake. They cannot and will not ever do any of the other stuff people think it could or maybe will do. There is no performance advantage, and there is probably barely measurable. Okay, so there's no point. There's no reason to go backwards or forwards. Just pick your thing and stick with it. He's obviously chosen backwards. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, stop being so nervous. And it comes down to two things. One is I'm really afraid of that computer says no mentality when crossing borders. I never used to have this problem. It's just since 2020 when it was suddenly when we couldn't travel. And the second reason I get nervous is because I like to play a game called What's That Noise? And it's when I'm driving my van and I start imagining noises and vibrations and knocking. And I think that the van's going to just implode at any time. Anyway, I've got to realise that that's not going to happen.
It could be advantageous to have it backwards in the outback due to dust. Yeah, probably right. It just doesn't look right. Most are forward. Right on, Doug. Most are forwards. Yeah. It probably pulls the exhaust out better. Pulls the exhaust out? No, it's nothing to do with the exhaust.
Worrying about those things before they've happened, even though they're not going to happen, is just utterly pointless. So, we'll get checked into the ferry. We are just arriving now. Cheers, thank you. Hi, mate.
Why is that?
It's 2.15. I've booked a 2.2, so I'm in. Cheers. Thank you. All right. I really hope I measured this right. 2.15, and I paid for 2.
Mine's 2.2.
2. All right. Well, the vehicle in front of me is much higher than me.
Netsky, I was thinking it was the exhaust out, but it's the air intake. Yeah, it's the air intake. Hendrik, all the ones I've seen in Brisbane facing forwards, but also I've never been off-road. Yeah, right.
Can I just squeeze past? Sorry, cheers, thanks. Should really remember what deck I'm on.
What dick?
No idea. Door number 36.
Is this the... What ferry... This isn't the... Where's he going? No, he's not... No. What? Where's he going? From England to where? He's going to... I drove my van from UK to Iceland. So yeah, this is the Channel ferry, right? Funny, I always thought it was the exhaust. Funny story from this exact passage across on the shipboat. One time we left Lockie behind. God, we got to get Lockie on. I want to do a stream with Lockie about something I found online, sound engineering. But then we could talk about this shit because he got left behind one time on this trip.
36 on the left. Deck number 8. Thank you. Yep, I'm lost. Well, I am well and truly lost. There's 8. No, 869.
He's got a room? This can't be the same ferry if he's got a room to go to. What? Heston?
Right, okay. Walked right past it.
Dear guests, we would like to inform you that during sailing...
Okay, this must be a different trip.
Well, it's a bit like a prison, I suppose.
Yeah, that's not Calais to Dover, right? I drove my van from the UK to so I thought he had to go to the mainland to start the trip. No, that is that's the outgoing port from the White Cliffs of Dover. How did you get a drone going from there, dude? You flew the drone before you boarded the shipboat.
Okay, so we are on the Newcastle to Amsterdam ferry.
Okay. That is not the Calais to Dover ferry. The Newcastle to Amsterdam ferry. Wow, Newcastle to Amsterdam. Okay. Okay.
It's the same ferry I took when I drove to Sweden. The plan is to overnight to Amsterdam and then drive from Amsterdam to the very northern tip of Denmark, where we're going to get a second ferry which is going to take us all the way to Iceland. I think in total it's about 5 or 6 days of travel. Obviously we're going to condense it into one video. So this is the first leg, the Newcastle to Amsterdam ferry, which was very expensive. So for this room, a buffet dinner and the van, return trip was £1,400, which is it's a lot of money, but you know.
Fuck me. That's expensive.
It's something I've wanted to do for a long time. So anyway, we're going to discuss all of that, why we're doing it, and the costs along the way, and we're going to look at the whole journey, and if you want to do something like this yourself, what's involved. That's basically today's video. But for now, I'm going to go and try and enjoy that buffet dinner, which I've not got too many high.
Hopefully that gets you free drinks as well.
Hopes about. And then we'll have an early night, and we will wake up in Amsterdam.
I've only been on the Calais to Dover and Dover to Zeebrugge. That's Belgium, right? Zeebrugge, Belgium? Wait. Does Belgium have a coast accessible from there, or is that France? I guess that's France.
Many miles to do tomorrow.
Look at that slothful buffet.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, it's Belgium. Oh, okay. Look at that slothful buffet. Hey, fucking fries. What's that? Popcorn? Rice? Dude. The next day, he obviously peed in that shower. Schweinfutter, pig food, right.
So we just got through customs, no problems at all. Must remember to drive on the right hand side of the road, and I need to go to a supermarket.
Wait. Fuck, man. Yeah. Amsterdam. Netherlands, right hand side of the... Yeah, okay. I was just forgetting what side of the road they drove. Yeah, you good. You good, Heston.
If I'm ever gonna have an accident, it's gonna be running over.
Okay. The reason I got confused is because in Australia we drive on the left-hand side of the road, and when I say we, I mean Tracer, we've done that trip across from mainland Europe to the UK countless times, and I know that there's a transfer, and I just couldn't quite remember, due to potential alcohol in this rum, I couldn't remember where the transfer happened. Of course, it's the UK, the gap transfer, right? Europe, mainland Europe, is right-hand side, UK is left-hand side. Fuck me.
A cyclist is completely different here than...
Oh, yeah. And by the way, cyclists have right-of-way in every instance in Amsterdam. In the Netherlands, in general, a person on a bicycle has more rights to the road than you do in any vehicle.
It is in the UK. They have so much more right-of-way.
Fully.
All right.
And I appreciate that, and I think it's better that way. Fuck me.
Well, that was embarrassing. My credit card got declined. Anyway, got a few bits and pieces, some bread, milk, yogurt, a couple of juices and some chicken for tea tonight.
All right. Denmark, here we come. Raining. Oh, this van doesn't corner very well.
Oh, that is mine. Hendrik, you watch this guy reasonably often. Has he got a name for his van? Like, you know, Go Van and whatnot?
I think it's time for some breakfast. Oh, what a spot.
H-Man, I watch many Tesla full self-driving videos, all from America. It gets me every time I hop into a car to drive. Which side you should be on? fair enough.
So the plan is...
Malpezzi! What? How you doing, man? Malpezzi's in the house. How you doing?
Drive from the UK to Iceland via Denmark, and then we're going to have a couple of weeks exploring all of Iceland in the van. I'm going to meet up with a few photography mates that are coming over from the USA and Ireland and all over the place.
He doesn't have a name for his dilly, for his Delica. He calls it, does he call it dilly?
But for probably about half of the time in Iceland, I'm going to be by myself. Now, the route that I'm taking, let me show you where we are now.
The route. He meant route.
Where we've come from and where we're going. So, we started off in Newcastle upon Tyne, just here, and we got the ferry down to Amsterdam.
I see, okay. Malpezzi, I'm doing good. Just beat at the moment. Finished a 16-hour stream. Dude, you did a 16-hour plus stream? Fuck me. Fuck me. How are you? I'm well, dude. And I can vibe. I've never done that. I've done a 12-hour IRL stream, but I've never done a fucking 16-hour plus. Was there any reason to do that? Like, was it a celebratory measure? It's just called that, like a Celica or a silly car. Okay, gotcha.
And you can see this blue dot is where we are now, right in the middle of this vast inlet. Over the course of today and tomorrow, we need to drive along and then north to Denmark, to the very northern tip of Denmark, to a place called Hirtshals. And from there, we get the ferry all the way to Iceland via the Faroe Islands. But we're not stopping at the Faroe Islands.
Faroe Islands. I know that from another photographer who's Chris Walker. I was playing the new Spider-Man 2 game. I also showed Saw 10. You showed a movie on stream? Careful. Don't want to get banned. What?
Islands, not getting off. We're just going to stay on board. It'll dock for a couple of hours and we'll continue on to Iceland. Now, I am actually quite excited about the photographic opportunities.
Yeah, I show movies. Yeah, I'm Malpezzi. Just a little heads up. Don't do that shit. Be very careful if you want to do that shit. Just don't tell anybody. He didn't say it here, folks. He doesn't watch movies on stream. What are you talking about? It's fair use, dude. It was a prank, bro. It's a prank, bro.
Of sailing either into or out of the Faroe Islands. And by the way, if you're new here, if this is the first time on this channel, I'm a landscape photographer. That's why I'm going to Iceland. That's why I have this van. It facilitates all of my travel and photography. So if you like, van adventures out in nature photography, then definitely consider subscribing. Actually,
by the way, at this point, I'll interject and say the only reason we watch this guy is because he has a Delica and he's a photographer. Well, okay. 3 reasons, and Hendrik likes him. I think this guy's cool. Don't get me wrong. I think he's cool. I'm not a very good landscape photographer. In fact, I fucking suck balls. But I appreciate what he's doing. And I will say this: with our pending Ayers Rock Uluru mission coming up in August next year, I've been thinking, should I up my game in landscape photography? I feel like I should. Because there's going to be some epic landscapes to photograph, but I'm so bad at it. I'm so shit at it.
So to follow along with the adventure in Iceland.
By the way, can I just stop for a second? I got a print made. I'm going to show you I got a print, and let me just get this off the wall. I got this print. Speaking of landscape photography, this print, can anybody spot the location? What's the best spot there? Can anybody tell me anybody know where this is? And by the way, it's a little reflective because it's an acrylic print. I got this made. I put it on my wall. Queenstown, not technically Queenstown. The Remarkables. Shot from Coronet Peak. I photographed that on my iPhone. And that's the thing, right? That photo is from my iPhone 7 Plus, this guy. Which I do have a new iPhone coming. I did buy the iPhone 15 Pro Max. It's still coming. Should have printed it on metal. It actually is a metal. It's a metal acrylic paint, metal acrylic print. And so I'm going to bring my iPhone 15 Pro Max on the road, and am I going to just use it? I think I'm going to just use it. as a photographer. I think I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it. Nice print. Thank you, Netsky. Thank you, man.
Definitely subscribe. So there you go. That's my subscription plug for the day. But yes, that will take us to the east of Iceland to a place called Seyðisfjörður. Right, so I'll say that.
If you can consider and compose a shot, you can use an iPhone. Good call, H-Man. Good call. Malpezzi, I took a beautiful pic of the sunset a few weeks ago from my phone. iPhone 12. Dingo, dingo. Right on. There it is. Wish I could show you. I mean, you could pop it in my Discord and I'll bring it up on stream if you want to. I don't know if you're in my Discord, Malpezzi. There should be a link in my About section. Actually, having said that, I haven't got it open right now, but I can open my Discord. If you do that, I'll go and grab it and bring it up on screen. Hell yeah.
Now as well, we're not going to get any of the pronunciations right. But the plan for today is to drive to the Danish border and find a park up. Now, I've marked a couple of park ups on the map. My hope is that those are vacant.
I don't know for sure, but I think we're in Germany, because all of a sudden every car is just flying past at 200 miles an hour, just like that. We're in Germany on the Autobahn. What a horrible experience when driving a van like this. Oh, it's been a long day. So once this traffic clears, we're about 1 hour from our chosen park up in Denmark. I have stayed there before. It's a beautiful spot, but it's not very big, so I'm slightly concerned. It's peak season, August, Sunday. Yeah.
That's
this
right.
park up that I'm going for is in a deep wooded area. And although we're quite away from sunset, it's so dark in here. Come on, here we go. Please, 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 please be no one there. Oh, it's empty. Oh. Oh.
Where should I drop it? In the Discord, I'll just jump in and just make certain, but there should be areas in Gives a Minute Discord for promoting yourself from memory. Let me just see it, my friend. Gives general chat, gives yourself. Yeah, put it in gives yourself. Put it here. I'm assuming Malpezzi. No, what's your handle in my Discord? Malpezzi doesn't come up. Is your handle M ... I'm tagging you in a post, but I don't see you there as Malpezzi. Can bring this up, I guess. It's public anyway. I don't see you there. Mal, what's your handle here? MA. Yeah, I can't see you there. Okay, I guess that's you. I'm just going to tag you anyway. Look at that, dudes. That's the sunset. No edit or anything. Dude, that looks rad. I got a notification that Malpezzi has joined. I mean, that's an iPhone photo, dudes. Open in browser. Let's open it. Oh, let's open up over here. Check this out. %. I like the first one. This one. What? Yeah, pretty rad, dude. Point and shoot, right? Hell yeah. That's rad, man. It gives me good. It's reassuring that it's going to be fine to shoot on an iPhone on a big mission. Right now, I got to take a mission to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Fuck me.
I just farted. Fucking love you, bitch.
I'm not like some madman.
Dude, I heard fuck me while I'm in the bathroom. Thank you, H-Man.
Here we are. Beautiful, beautiful park up.
What a rad spot. What a rad van. Dude, that's a fucking sweet spot. Stay there for a few days, Thomas. This video is quite lengthy. I'm gonna add some more rum to my drink and a bit more cock.
So I decided to treat myself and cook outside of the van tonight, seeing as we have this beautiful picnic table with such a lovely view out to the meadow. Ah, man, today was
I'll
too
stay
long.
there for a few days. Me
long.
too, H-Man. Me too.
So whilst my chicken is cooking, I've been carrying this all day in the van. This is my jerry can for fuel when I get to Iceland, and I need to put it on top of the van, otherwise it's going to be in with me while I'm sleeping.
Give me fuel, give me fire,
I
give me
obviously couldn't put it on top of my van when I'm getting on the ferry, and this is an ingenious solution. This is a cool bag. I'm going to put
Is this a sponsored endorsement?
this over the jerry can, obviously when it's got petrol in it, and that'll shield it from direct sunlight. So for now, I'm just going to mount this on the roof so it's out of the way.
What? Did you get the headliner off? No, I didn't, Hendrik. Something happened, which was a strange thing. Yeah, I don't... I'll DM you what happened today, but I was busy doing stuff on GoVan and then something happened. And yeah, I'll just leave it at that, but I'll DM you what it was. It's nothing major, but I just don't want to really... Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Just don't want to make it pop. It's not. Yeah, it's not nothing.
Oh man, am I glad today is over. I'm absolutely done in, but luckily, yeah, tomorrow is going to be a much easier day. Before I go to bed, actually, if you don't mind, let me give a little plug. Every year.
Do you know what? Okay, so I've obviously spent a lot of time in the same van, Delica, either Steve van or now GoVan. I've slept in GoVan a bunch of times. It really pisses me off that no one talks about piss bottles. Like, what do you do at night, dude? You got to take a piss, you get out and you go into the woods? No, you got a little... Show us the piss bottle, right? Talk about that. When we do our trip to Uluru, it'll all be live, so I'll show you exactly what I've got going on. Because, like, this is presenting this kind of, like, glorified van life, but in actual fact, when you wake up and you're busting for a piss, you're pissing into a bottle. You're not getting out of the van, right? So talk about that. Like, anyway.
I release a landscape photography calendar, have done since about 2016. Well, my 2024, can you believe it? 2024, blow my neck.
Can you believe that? That came up to 2023? Who would have thought?
Anyway, my 2024 calendar is now available for pre-order. All of the pre-orders...
Dude, that does look pretty rad, though.
...will be hand-signed by me, obviously. And they're kept at last year's price. I actually think it was the year before.
It'll be Vlog from the Bog, aka Barry's Views. What a cool channel, man. Vlog from the Bog. Cool guy.
Price. Basically, I'm trying to keep the price low, or what it was last year and the year before. As the only way I can do that, what with inflation and everything rocketing, is to offer it only for pre-orders. So basically, if you miss the pre-orders, which will be open for a few weeks, then they'll go up a little bit in price, that's all. But yeah, get your pre-order now, limited stock available. Very proud of the images in there. It's what I do. It's what I do for a living. It helps me do adventures like this. The calendar sales are a big part of this whole channel. And
no, Net TV. There's a channel called Barry's Views. Used to be called Vlog from the Bog. He made content from his toilet. An English guy. It's pretty cool.
Been everything afloat, basically. So yeah, I'll pop a link in the description. But for now, I'm gonna drink my tea, turn in.
I'm gonna drink my tea. Dude, you're in Denmark on a photography mission in a van, driving from fucking country. Have a fucking rum or a whiskey drinking my tea. Get him out of here.
We watch film and we'll pick it up again tomorrow morning. All right, cheers, guys.
See, the difference with me would be like, well, I'm going to roll out of here at 9 a.m., but I'm going to drink a bunch of rum beforehand. Should we keep the stream going? Or should I have a cup of tea and go to bed and watch a film? Come on, man. Tease a little tad. Yeah. Yeah, come on, man. Loosen up a little, you know? Needs a little R&R, Net TV.
Slight change of plan. I found a climbing wall, and I'm gonna see if they'll let me climb.
See? Okay, dude, you just spent a night at a great little camp up. What about the morning when you woke up? Where did you do your first shit? How did you clean up? Like, did you take a shower? How did you wash up? You just glossed over all that? Like, what about the morning routine? Come on, man. Oh. I don't want to see a fucking funky cut to rock climbing. I want to see how you woke up and what you did. Did you walk into the woods and take a shit with tissue paper? What did you do? You dig a hole and you buried that turd? I want to catch the sunrise. We're now going, I don't give a shit about rock climbing, dude. Fuck your rock climbing right off. Let's skip. Okay, thankfully it doesn't last long. No one goes rock climbing when they wake up. They wake up slow and they cook breakfast and they hear the birds chirping. You went rock climbing? Get out of here. You didn't do all that before your first turd of the day.
Oh, that was much needed. A good climb and a shower. Now, the reason I went for a climb is because I've got a bit of time to kill, because I just got an email from the company who sailed to Iceland, and unfortunately, my crossing has been delayed by a day, maybe more. So I'll go find a park up, get settled in, and explain a bit more.
So you had time to kill and you went rock climbing? I would have gone to the nearest liquor store and got a massive bottle of some rum and just parked up and just talked shit all afternoon.
Oh, no camping. Camping forbidden. So no, we cannot camp here. Oh, that's annoying. I kind of want to go down here though. Where does this road go? Let's have a look.
You got a four-wheel drive, buddy.
Oh, tell you what, why can't we just park up here?
Do it. Me too, Ben.
We can.
Right on, Netskis, right? I got this email saying your passage across to Iceland is delayed by a day. I'd be like, okay, liquor store. No worries, let's go and get food, get booze, park up, have a good time.
Oh, look at this. Wow. Interesting. It's probably not wise to park here because the reason the ferry has been cancelled, sorry, not cancelled, postponed, delayed, whatever, is because of all the bad weather. We've just got storms coming down from the north and there's no way the ferries are going to sail in this.
So let's get a cup of tea anyway. He's gonna get a tea, isn't he? You know he's gonna get a tea.
Man, I really want to park here, but
just do it.
Probably too exposed. I need to get somewhere more sheltered.
Fair enough.
No, I don't know. Nope. I sat there for a minute.
I've been in that situation before where you're like, this is too good, but it's also too overexposed. People are going to come down here. Life is shortish. I'd be 67 if I don't have a couple. I feel depressed. Oh, look, look. Okay, let me be clear. I'm not saying that you have to have a drink to make anything better. But what I am saying is this guy's on a mission to drive his van from the UK to Iceland and create content. So it's gonna be more interesting if you let loose a little, like loosen up a bit, like okay, he does this for a living and fine, that's his chosen path, but you can also spend some little off time with your audience. I think they'd all appreciate seeing a more relaxed Thomas Heaton. You know?
It's far too windy. Absolutely no chance. I'll
Wait.
not get a wink of sleep.
Is he only moving because it's the wind? I know, man. I'm just saying it's best to have a good time than a cup of tea. Oh, yeah. Like in particular when you're on a vacation, you know. Do you know what I will say? I'll just jump in quickly. I'll interject this point. In New Zealand, when I was living in Queenstown, and I was doing every second or third day I did a live stream, either from home or from an IRL location. I came back from New Zealand having lost weight. So in New Zealand, I worked daily. Like my roster was 7 days a week, but you'd often get 2 days off, but it wouldn't be Saturday, Sunday. It'd be whatever days they were. But I worked a full 7 day roster, and I streamed whenever I could on my off days, and I boozed and I ate Domino's pizzas, which was my go-to. I'm not cooking tonight, I'm getting Domino's. I lost weight, like a lot of weight. I came back from New Zealand, I was like, dude, I'm feeling and I'm looking better than I've looked in a long while. Hendrik, he's got the great big softbox in the sky, a few tinnies and a camera. Just go for it, Thomas. No need for blue or golden. Okay, so he's waiting for the golden hour. Cooler climate, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what it was, but I came back from New Zealand in better health than I went to New Zealand, for sure. Malpezi, I had Domino's pizza in Australia and it was the best I've had. Look, Domino's typically in Australia, I was in New Zealand, the next country, it's like another state of Australia. I don't really rate Domino's as a pizza chain, but the ones I had in New Zealand, they were good. Nothing wrong with that pizza. As far as fast food, it's not like you're going to go to a restaurant and get a wood oven pizza, but it was good enough for fast food pizza. Compared to the US, yeah. Charles, you did a lot of hiking. I did, yeah, true. I did. I was very active in New Zealand. And I'm still active in Australia, but definitely more so in NZ. By the way, Malpezi, can I just interject and ask a personal question while we're here? Like, how's everything with you and your Aussie girlfriend? Is that all, like, I know you came out here and you saw her and you streamed and is everything still whatever? Like, I don't want to pry, but I'm curious. And if I'm out of line, slap me across the head and say, you're out of line, dude. Hendrik, Domino's in Australia is the worst you can possibly get. Never had a good one either in Brisbane, Sydney, or... So, yeah, I'll back that up. Domino's is... In Australia, Domino's is shithouse. Malpezi had good ones. So apparently the scale goes USA shit, Australia okay, New Zealand Domino's the bomb. Because what I had in Queenstown, I'm not complaining about that at all. It's cheap pizza. Dougski, it is cheap pizza, yeah. It's fast food. It's cheap fast food garbage. Why don't you make your own pizza? I mean, I've done that. I've done that plenty of times, and yeah, for sure. You should, and you can, and it's easy enough to do. I mean, it's a time-consuming process to make the dough, but once you've got enough of a batch for whatever the amount you need, you've got that there. In fact, I will say this, and I've been doing this. Here's one right here. I've been digitizing my mini DV cassettes. This one's empty because it's inside my VHS player right now, my mini DV player. I've been watching a lot of my Adelaide content while I've been digitizing it. And I do miss working in the Strand, and I miss working with Ante and making wood oven pizzas. That were good times. Malpezzi, everything is good. I'm working towards obtaining my visa so I can move out there permanently. That's good to hear, dude. Okay, so what I was missing in this saga of Malpezzi coming to Australia to meet a streaming relation, right? A streaming relation, and then turns into a partner, a girlfriend partner. What I was missing, and this is my own fault, I suppose, my own doing. I'm not even at all watching. I'm so busy with my own shit that I'm not even looking at I've not watched anything. I've not seen anybody do anything on Kick or DLive for most of this year. I've just been busy. I've been scrolling through Twitter, and I'm seeing a lot of the Joker shit. I see the shit because I subscribe to certain what's the word? Creators, not TikTok. I subscribe to a few Twitter accounts, X accounts. So I haven't seen anything. I've been very, very withdrawn from the vibe. I tried to follow the Ben Armstrong BitBoy crypto saga, but I got lost, and it seemed like everything was so detailed. And so I've been missing in action. But Malpezzi, it is good to see that you said everything is going good. I'm working towards obtaining my visa so I can move out there permanently. That's good. I'm glad to hear that, dude. Net TV with a link. Watch this dude to see how you can do it easily. Look, I'll tell you what I'll do, Netsky. I'll grab that link out of the Chisel chat. Ah, shit. Let me grab that link. I'm gonna grab the link and I'm gonna pop it in the I'm gonna pop it up in the tabs, but we're obviously not gonna get to it tonight. But I've got it tabbed out. So it's Tabskis. He's the boss of good pizza. How to make pizza ready in 1 hour at home. Well, you can't. Okay, first of all, this is to that guy. You can't have pizza dough ready in 1 hour because the yeast needs to interact with the sugar to ferment. It needs to rise. It can't be ready in an hour. It needs longer. So I'll just say that. Having worked in a restaurant which had arguably the greatest pizzas in this country, they did win awards to state that. I will say that you can't do that. It's got to be a 24-hour process for that dough to be ready. So I'll just say that. Lino, if you're watching on Facebook, or Danny, if you're watching on Facebook, you'll back me up on that. You can't make pizza dough in 1 hour. It fucking can't be done. Get out. I will not hear anything of the other side. I got a job just to do that, Malpezzi. The price of the visa is about $6,800. Dude, that's $6,800. Malpezzi, what? A visa to come out permanently to Australia is going to cost you 7,000 USD? Dude, you should start like a GoFundMe or something to get that. That's fucking outrageous. Twitter is Elon and Tesla fanboys. I'll never pay for it. I'm not paying for it. You need the first 20 batch done in 24 hours. The Poolash. He shows how to... Okay, Net TV. We will look at it. Not today, but we will look at it. But I'm halfway there. Malpezzi. Look at this, man. Malpezzi's working his absolute guts out to afford this visa to come back out to Australia to be with his girl permanently as an Australian citizen. Dude, Malpezzi... Fuck yeah. Do it. Well done. You will get it too. You're halfway there. You will get there. We'll talk again in 6 months and you'll be like, dude, I'm so close to applying. I'm so close. Dude, that guy, right? That guy. Well done, man. Well done. Let's move on.
Let's go find somewhere more sheltered. Right, I'm going to park here. There is a car here, but it's a car. So therefore, I assume they'll be going.
I'm gonna add some more rum to my. This is definitely the last time I do this though. Samdi. By the way, when you look at his Delica, no bull bar, no kangaroos in the UK, right? Mine's different to that. Mine's got the fucking massive bull bar on the front in case the kangaroo goes, I'm going to stand in the front of you.
So this is as far as the road takes me. I am at the very northern tip of Denmark. Now it's just a case of waiting for the weather to pass and getting on the ferry. Like I say, I was supposed to be getting on the ferry tomorrow morning, but
that's a bit out of focus there, Thomas, as a photographer. That's out of focus.
Unfortunately, yeah, that's not happening.
Oh, that's the fan I'm going to buy. I'm buying one of those fans. That's a I've got it tabbed. That's a good fan. I can't remember the name of the brand.
Why can you ever open chicken? You just can't open. You've got to sacrifice a knife to open the chicken. It should just be a peelable tab. It's actually hard to believe that this time yesterday I was cooking outside. There was not a breath of wind, and now we are well and truly cooking in the van.
I don't know, Thomas. You're making a mole out of nothing there.
So let me show you exactly why we're not going anywhere.
That goes way longer than I thought. I thought I nailed that. I was like, nah, I'm 1 out or I'm 2 out. I was like 20 out. That's funny, dude. Fuck me. You know what else I did, which is funny? Which I don't mind saying how funny I am because I'm a funny dude. There was a time Marty was house sitting at Tattoo's place, which by the way, no longer. Tattoo lives in Brisbane now, Hendrik. He's your guy. But when we were house sitting Tattoo's place in Sydney, I did a stream where for some reason there was like a real strange glitch. Hang on, the Joker's calling me. Hello, Joker. I'm not doing that shit. I'm being stupid. It wasn't him calling. Why would he have my number? There was one time where my stream just glitched out like majorly, and it was one of the weirdest glitches. I mean, you know from watching my content, and I know from creating the content, I've had all kinds of glitches. Remember the oh, what's the yeah? That didn't work, did it? What's the yeah command? That didn't work. Exclamation yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, for some reason that didn't work, but there it is. Marty agrees with me. Thank you, Doug. Marty, I hear Marty agreeing with me. Yeah. So I've had glitches where we've been live streaming. Remember there was the purple rain glitch when one of the Mimo antenna cables fell out of my. I showed it to you this morning on my YouTube stream. That Mimo 4G antenna, when one of the cables fell out for like 4 months, not 4 months, 4 streams. For a little while, there was this purple rain, and none of us could work out what the fuck's going on. And eventually I went outside and looked up at my antenna, and one of the cables was off, and I was like, ah, shit! So I plugged the cable back in, and everything was resolved. Remember, then we had, that's the purple rain glitch. Then there was the, like, green.
I love it. I love it.
I loved it. I hated it at the time. I hated it. I was so pissed at the time. But there was that green. How do you describe it? It was like a zigzag. It's like an interference of visuals, but it was zigzagging all over the place. And I thought it was because we're having RF interference. But what it turned out to be, an unshielded HDMI cable was causing this fucking weird interference. So you have to get. You have to get cables. HDMI
I love it. I love it.
I fucking love it too. I'm glad you love it, Marty. You have to get HDMI cables that are shielded. Otherwise, the 4G, which you need to IRL stream with. Right now I'm on fiber, but when you were using 4G in location, you're so close to the HDMI cable that the 4G interferes with the HDMI. So I resolved that. And where was I going with this? Oh, I had a good point here and I've fucking forgotten it. Damn, what was the point I was making? Thomas? What did he have to say? I can't remember what did he? I can't.
I wrote this script.
I should have had a script here because I could have stayed on script. I forgot where I was going with that, but I genuinely cannot remember. Cheers. I'm lost. I can't remember what I had a point and I've completely forgotten it. Thankfully, Thomas will take over. Go, Tommy boy. Tommy, please give us something, Tommy.
It is windy, and as you can see here, we're at the very tip of Denmark, and that is the wind that's coming north from Norway. It's absolutely blasting down the northern coast and then hitting.
Netskis, cheers, man. I genuinely cannot remember why I brought all those glitches up. I feel like I'll remember it either today, tomorrow, or the next day. I can't remember it right now, though.
Smack bang into where we are. So I don't think any ferry's going to sail out of that, and that's for tomorrow when we're supposed to be setting sail.
Ooh, asparagus.
So,
by the way, did you know?
Me.
That was it. That's why I brought it up. Who did that? Hendrik. That's why I brought this up, Hendrik. Thank you, Hendrik. That's the reason I brought that up, because that is a legitimate glitch. No, I've already mentioned this on... Dude, hang on a second. Hold on. I think there's alcohol in this rum. I don't know who put it in there, but I reckon there is. Judging on my response then, I feel like there might be a little bit of alcohol in this rumskis. Asparagus. Did you know this? There is a percentage... hold on. Can we do a poll? Can we poll it up? I don't think you can do a poll on Kick, can you? Let me just check. Can you do a poll on Kick? I don't know. Chat commands. Settings? You can't do a poll on Kick chat. I don't think you can. You can't. So what I was going to say, forget the poll. Did you know that there is a percentage of Yahoos on this planet that can smell the smell? Okay, hold on. Back up. When you eat asparagus, either raw or cooked, doesn't matter how it's prepared, asparagus. If you eat asparagus, if I eat asparagus... Do you hear that noise? Probably just the house settling in the wind. If anybody eats asparagus, within the first time you take a piss after you've eaten asparagus, apparently a percentage of people can smell what I would consider a musty, musky smell. I don't think that the smell is the asparagus, because when you pick up a piece of asparagus and sniff it, that's not the smell. But when you eat it and then you piss, that piss smells extremely different to your normal pisses. I would consider it a musty, musty smell. And it usually lasts, depending on how much asparagus you've eaten, like if you've had 4 or 5 of them, it'll probably last maybe 3 pisses and then you'll clear it out. But what I didn't know is that it's only a percentage of the population that can actually smell that. There is I want to say cutoff, but that's the wrong word. But there is definitely a line in the sand of people who do smell it and people who do not smell it. And you can put, like, let's just say I bottled my piss and I sent it to like 10 people and said, smell this. What do you smell? People will be like, it smells like piss. And then maybe 4 out of 10 people will be like, dude, it's so musty. Hey, like, what the fuck? That's the asparagus, but not everybody gets it. So I feel kind of privileged that I get that. And in a very childish way, I'm not going to lie about this. I like eating asparagus, not for the taste of it or not for the health benefits, because I don't know what they are. And I think it tastes pretty bland, but I kind of like the fucking musty smell. I'm not lying. I kind of like that I get this weird... It's so stupid, right? Like you take a piss and you're like, fuck, that smells musty. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's the asparagus. And if you have, like, I've been at restaurants where I've ordered the rump steak or something, and it's come garnished with like 3 slabs of asparagus, and I haven't even thought about it. I've just been like, oh yeah, shit, yeah, cool. And then like later on, I'll take a piss and I'll go to the bathroom. I'm like, oh, I had asparagus on the steak. Yeah. And I get like a little, the simple things. I get a little trip up. I'm like, musty pea from the asparagus. It's so stupid, right? Stupid. They're so stupid. But life is stupid. Getting up early to go to work every day, stupid, right? Getting musty fucking pea is stupid from asparagus. It's the whole thing's stupid. Can we agree that the whole thing's stupid? And if you get a little small, like the side of the package becomes funny. And it's only funny because it smells stupid. It's not funny because there's nothing funny about it except that, oh, that smells funny. That's it. That's all you need, right? You can that way you can sort of like laugh at yourself and look back. It's all a bit of a joke. You know what I mean? That's not wrong to want. I wish there was more foods that created weird responses. I wish there were. Imagine there was a food that you ate, and when you did a poo, it was bright green, right? Imagine you ate this food called. What's asparagus, right? What's a fucking weird name like asparagus? What about? That sounds like asparagus. So what about Dick Plum Gus. Asparagus. Dick Plum Gus. Imagine you ate this food called a Dick Plum Gus, and it has no real flavor, right? It's just this thing you put on as a garnish. It's not. They say it's healthy, but you just put it on garnishes and you eat a little bit of it, and then when you take a shit, it's bright fluorescent green. You look in the toilet and you're like, there's light down there, and the whole thing lights up with this big green light, and you're like, what? That's funny, right? That's funny, and that makes food, which we all know is essential, you have to eat to live, but if you can have a bit of fun with food, then you probably eat more of it. Like, I personally love eating asparagus because I'm waiting for the musty pea smell, right? I want the musty pea. I'm like, yes, bring it on. It's stupid. I know it's stupid. Licorice equals black poo. Red wine gives black poo. True. But I'm talking about bright green. Imagine you pooped after eating, what do we call it again? Gus. Imagine you pooped a poo and you looked down and there was light coming from the bowl. Imagine it was lit up. You'd be like, that's fucked up. Oh shit, yeah. And then you know what you do? You get your phone straight away. You'd tell me you would. You get your phone. You'd be like, get a photo of that. You'd be getting multiple photos of it to send to your friends going, look at this shit. I ate this fucked up weird vegetable and my poo is not only green, but it's emanating light. It's bioluminescence. Imagine bioluminescent poo from eating food. You want to encourage children to eat vegetables and shit? Make them funky. Asparagus is right there for you. 60% of people can smell the I call it a must. I call it like a musty, Australians will know this. You know the pink. It's called a musk. It's actually called a musk stick. Elon Musk, a musk stick. It's like a pink. There were 2 of them. They were pink and blue. It's like about that long, and it's like a chewy candy, and it's. Fuck me. It's nothing like it. Who did that? Net TV did it. Thank you for stopping me, Net TV. I need to be stopped. But I think the point is valid. Funny food with a funny response makes you want to eat more of the food. it also is a coincidence that asparagus is apparently good for you. I don't know if, like, then there's the argument, is it really good for you if when you pee it smells that bad? Or is your body working overtime to process this shit to get, I don't know. Is this what you wanted from me on this stream though? Did you I was happy to talk with Thomas Heaston. You want to talk about fluorescent green poos? I guess I'm there for you. I'll tell you where I am right now though. I got to take a slash. I got to do it. Best stream for ages. Thank you, man. Thank you, Netsky. I'll be right back. Am I still here?
Smoke me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast.
I just farted. Fucking love you, bitch.
I'm not like some madman. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I'm not like some madman.
Ooh, that's a good point.
I love it. I love it.
I love it. Exclamation Shyla. We don't have a command for Shyla. What would that command be? It's got to be dubs related, right? By the way, Shyla, Hendrik, check this out. Let me get the, you guys will be pissed at this. I'm pissed at this. Check this out. Where is it? It's over here. Alright, check this out. Check this out. You guys, Shyla and Hendrik, you guys both were in cohorts to organize to send me this little, what do you call it? Bag. Bic pick. It's like a small Bic pick. And I use it. It's my daily commute for work, right? I use this to include, you can't see anything in there. Well, there's cables and there's a bottle of water and shit. This is my daily commute. What I want to show you is, and this sucks. I don't know how well this is going to come up because it's black, but yeah, you're not going to see it very well. You can't see it at all. Fuck me. Basically, these, yeah, you can't see it because it's so, essentially, these handles are falling out of place. You can see, I guess you can see it there. That you can't see, but what I'm getting at is that those handles are coming out and eventually it's going to just pull right out. I'm like, well, that's a shame because I really like that pick. Needs a new one. Yeah. You can buy it. You can sparkle glitter poop that. Sparkle glitter poop pills is a thing you can buy to make your poop sparkly. Charlotte Rose, I know you love this kind of shit. If you send me sparkle poop pills, I will fucking vlog that shit. Wait a second. Will I? Hold on. How could I do that and not get dinged off YouTube? There's no way I could photograph. I can't video my poo no matter how sparkly it is. I want to though. Is it wrong to video your poop? But what about sparkle poop? Damn it. Flog it or vlog it, both? What I'm getting at is I want to show it, but I can't. I don't know how. Is there a way to show that on a video without showing it? Fuck. Why did you tell me that, Charlotte? I wish you didn't tell me that. You're telling me there's a pill you can take that makes your poop sparkle? And you don't want me to cover that? You basically want to get my channel removed off YouTube, right? You want me to be removed. By telling me that fact, you're saying, give us a minute, this is the end of your channel. You went down in a flame of sparkling poo. The sheer fact that you've told me that that exists is going to be the end of my channel. Fuck. Why would you do that? I want to dose up on that sparkling poop pill, and I want to poop out the biggest sparkle you've ever seen, and I want to show it to you. You need to get a sponsorship. Yeah, but that's still not going to... YouTube's not going to allow that on their platform. Sparkle... So you eat this pill, and it goes through your digestive system, and it releases sparkles so that you do a brown turd that sparkles? I mean, that's infantile, but I want to explore it. I want to get back to being a 9-year-old, right? Shit. What do you think, Thomas? What do you think? Give us your opinion. By the way, he's eating asparagus. He knows he's going to get musty pee.
Practical information that maybe...
Look at this.
We are. So I don't think any ferry's going to sail out of that, and that's for tomorrow when we're supposed to be setting sail.
Dude, you can't be putting... You cannot have that much asparagus in a grill and not mention musty pee. If this guy doesn't mention musty pee right now, fraud straight away, right? You got to call it. You can't have sea salt, cracked pepper on asparagus and not mention the musty pea.
So, some practical information that maybe I can give you so far.
I'll give you practical information, Thomas. If you have that much asparagus, your pea is going to smell really musty.
Based on my experiences. Don't try and park up somewhere in the Netherlands because it's...
No. Don't tell us about the park up. Tell us about the pea. We want to hear about the musty pea, dude.
It's completely illegal as far as I'm aware. Be careful on the Autobahn if you're not driving a black Audi that has 300 horsepower. If you're travelling from
Charlotte's got a poop pill link. Let me get that shit out. I've almost got to check that right now. Shit. Hold on a sec. Copy clean link. Charlotte, the fuck have you done? You're messing my whole life up here. People are consuming glitter pills to make their poop sparkle. Goodness gracious me. Have you ever wanted to make your poop sparkle? Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, today. I haven't thought about it before now, but I'm definitely down for it. Don't worry, we'd never thought about it either. No, I have thought about it. Still, in one of many most bizarre business ideas ever concocted, one Ohio-based company is now selling glitter pills that make your poop glitter. The pills come with a warning stating that they are for decoration only. What? Decoration only and not human consumption? The fuck? What else would you do with the pill? Wait. So they're selling this. Hold on. They're selling this shit, but you're not supposed to eat it. I don't understand. These are the pills. Oh fuck me! That looks lovely. That's a toilet I could really get myself around. Thank you for your order. Do not consume. What a crock! What are you supposed to do? Keep out of reach of children. What the fuck? So what? Get yours here? You can't eat them? What are you? You're supposed to look at them and then suddenly you poo. What the fuck are you talking about? This item is no longer available. Is there any other link? Hello. You're not glittery. Giant inflatable poop emoji. Does she come with the emoji? Oh, you! It's more concentrated. So I guess they're selling that shit that you don't actually do what you imagine you do with it. I mean, of course everybody's going to do that with it, right? Look, Charlotte, I'll put this out to you. Of the two things you've linked up in my chat today, the first, let me remind the chat, the first is a shark repellent wetsuit from a Brisbane company manufacturing great white shark repellent wetsuits. Or, second thing you've linked is a pill that you digest and your poo is full of glitter, but you're not meant to digest them. Of those two things, I will just say this. If you wanted to get either of those products to me to test, I'm leaning towards the wetsuit. Just being honest, I'm leaning towards the shark repellent wetsuit, even though on the other side of the scale, glitter pills that are going to make my poop glittery sounds intriguing. You're not meant to swallow them though, and therefore they've lost a lot of. That's like saying, here's the shark repellent wetsuit, now just don't wear it, don't go surfing in it. You know what I'm saying? Like this one at least, it's like an NFT, right? This one has a use case, this one doesn't. This one's just a stupid JPEG. This one actually has a use case, right? So I'm saying, if you were thinking of getting either of those to me, lean towards the wetsuit more than the glitter poo. Just saying. Just saying. But I do appreciate that this product somewhat exists. It doesn't really exist, but it somewhat exists. What do you think, Thomas?
Amsterdam, definitely give yourself the minimum of 2 days to get to Hirtshals. 3 days until the ferry leaves, 2 days, 2 full days to get here, because it's a lot of driving. Denmark is beautiful, absolutely beautiful, and there are park-ups everywhere. And especially around Hirtshals, if you're coming the night before the ferry to Iceland, don't worry about finding somewhere to park up. The drive itself is incredibly boring. It's all motorways until you get to the point where you pull up.
Charlotte, people have swallowed them, just not past food regular. That's fair. People are swallowing them. People are wearing the wetsuit.
Off to find a park up. That's about it, really. Plenty of petrol stations, plenty of supermarkets. You know, there's it's quite a densely populated route. There's lots and lots of amenities, which is great. I'm really looking forward.
He said amenities. He also said route. He meant route and amenities.
To getting on the ferry, because I think it's going to be more like a hotel, and I'm really excited for that. Obviously,
hotel?
I'll be able to do a full breakdown when we get to Iceland.
Break it down.
If we get to Iceland.
What about the asparagus you're just eating, dude? What about your pee, man? It's going to be so musty, dude. Maybe Heston's one of those guys that doesn't smell the must. I mean, I want to hear his musty report.
Well, it's just utterly miserable outside. So I'm going to watch June. Don't know what it is. I was stopped off at a cafe before I got on the Wi-Fi and managed to download a couple of films, and this was one of them that just popped up. And I thought, yeah, go on then, we'll give that a go. So see if it's any good. Actually, which brings me nicely, if you don't mind, onto today's sponsor, which...
We've already had a few sponsors, Heston. How many are you sliding in here, dude? Get the fuck out of here. VPN sponsor? Get out of there. Get him out of there.
For months. So, yeah, give that a go. Links are in the description below.
No shower? Now, right about now is when you'd pull out a bottle of rum and go, I'm going to chill back here with a few rumskis and watch a film. Instead, fade to black. The next day, so we didn't hear anything about his musty pee smells. What about his big poo? What about his weeing when he's in the night? Nothing.
So if you're curious why my ferry has been postponed...
No, I'm not curious about the ferry. I'm curious about how you pee in the van, dude. I want to know the ins and outs. I don't want to know about the fucking ferry delays.
Let's go and have a look.
Hey, Redco, how you doing, Gibbs? G'day, Redco.
Yeah, it's not really the weather you want to flip in it. It's not the weather you want to go. Jesus. Ugh.
Okay, so we get it. It's windy.
Can't get in. Can't get in.
Yeah, not exactly the weather you want to go sailing a 50-ton ship in. Oh man, it is rough out there.
Let's have a cup of tea. A cup of tea will make everything better. I'd say get that rum out, dude. Is it always about rum and whiskey for me? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Most of the time.
Well, on a day like this, there's nothing one can do other than eat toast and drink tea. That's
I can think of two other things you could do. You could go and get a bottle of whiskey. You could park up with a whole bunch of YouTube videos. You could react to them. You could get absolutely shit-faced in your van while you wait for the weather. There's two things you could do better than drinking tea and, what did he say, crumpets? Crumpets and tea. What did he say?
Well, on a day like this, there's nothing one can do other than eat toast and drink tea.
Eat toast and drink tea? That's the least of the things I'll be thinking about doing. Thomas.
That's it. I'm parked up right by the ferry terminal, the Smirline ferry terminal. And I'm slightly concerned because I'm surrounded by ginormous wind turbines and I'm petrified that one of those blades is going to come off and just slice the van in half, taking me with it.
Me.
Now, I've had a bit of a look around, and for anybody who's interested in doing this, the ferry terminal is very...
Fuck the ferry terminal. Where's the liquor store? That's so boring, Net TV. Right, you and I. Like, I'd be driving to the nearest town and be like, okay, where's your off license? Let me get a bottle of something. Let me park up in some paddock, some farm. Have some Vegemite, Redco, and then let's get twisted.
Easy to navigate to. The signage is really clear. You can't go wrong. So I'm not at all concerned about...
Eat cheeses and drink a bottle of Jack. I'd be looking for the most local salt and vinegar version of their chips, and I'd be going to town.
Joining the wrong queue or getting on the wrong boat or missing it because I get lost.
Shyla, this guy seems like a boring sod muncher. I'm not too sure what that means, but I've heard the term sod muncher. I don't really know what it actually means, but I kind of agree with you.
You can't get lost. Nice and straightforward. There's absolutely tons of park-ups right by the ferry terminal. So if you're sailing in the morning, you can park up the night before. There's a wonderful toilet. I very rarely describe a toilet block as wonderful.
Are you seriously talking about the toilet facilities? Dude, come on, man. How musty is your pee? You've had asparagus last night. It should still be in effect. You should still be getting a musty effect from that asparagus.
Fantastic block right in this car park where I am now, which is basically next door to the ferry terminal. And the toilet's great, it's warm.
Nobody wants to see the toilet, dude. What the fuck? Why are we looking in the toilet?
Clean, dry, great facilities. So yeah, I guess we just hang around until...
You took your camera into the toilet and filmed that shit? Come on, man. And you didn't tell us about the musty pee. You were right there. Your pecker is there. The thing is right there. You had your camera. You were there. You could have just done a whiz and gone, look how musty this is.
Okay from Smirline saying we're ready to go. Hopefully tomorrow.
Hendrik, his photography is actually quite good, even if he's... Dude, look. I want to interject here. I understand that, and I completely agree. This guy is a rad photographer. Like what I've seen, what we've watched on my channel in the past and now, he's great. He's awesome. Like leagues ahead of what I could do. I can't do this shit at all. But I tell you what makes an interesting video. Fucking asparagus from the pea, poop glitter. We don't... Drinking tea and eating toast, yeah. Save that for your later years, right? You're a young man. Is he young? He's young. Look, that might not be the greatest freeze frame. He's a young guy, right? He's young. Like, get out there. Right? You know what I'm saying? We want to know how musty he made the urinal. Exactly, Charla. And we're looking for the glitter, Charles. Of course we are.
Right. I just got a message pop up on my phone from Smirline.
See, what would be better than a message from Smirline, the ferry, would be a Tinder match. I'm in Smirline. I'm in the Actually, while we're here, I'll check mine. He's like, I'm in the ferry terminal for where's he going? To Iceland. And I've managed to swipe left on 20 profiles. And, well, would you believe, Vanessa wants to connect. Vanessa, I don't know if she knows I'm a vlogger, but I'm going to go and see Vanessa. Shani. Rachel? Ooh. What's this? You know what I'm saying? That'd be more interesting than an email from the ferry line.
And I don't know why, but I've got a feeling it's bad news.
Yeah, but because it's not Tinder. He's single, right? Hendrik, you know his content. Is he single?
Saying we're ready to go. Hopefully tomorrow. Right. I've just got a message pop up on my phone from Smirline. And I don't know why, but I've got a feeling it's bad news.
You've already looked at it, dude.
Let's have a look, see what it says.
You already have.
Come on. Oh, okay, so it's expected tomorrow morning at 1 o'clock. Check-in starts at 11.
Tomorrow morning at 1 a.m.? You've got the whole day to get boozed up and swipe right. Why did asparagus change their name to Asaragus? Does it? I don't know.
1 o'clock departure from... Okay,
think he's single?
MS Norina is, I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, is expected in Hirtshals.
Shyla. Because its pee smelled funny. I'm not going to laugh, but I do find that humorous.
Tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Check-in starts at 11 o'clock. Departure...
Thomas, can I just stop you for a second? None of this shit's interesting, dude. The time of the ferry, who gives a flying fuck? You've got 12 hours now. You're in a ferry terminal. Get your phone out, swiping on Tinder, Bumble profiles, get to a liquor store, relax. You're in a place which is blown out with weather. Enjoy yourself. Go to a pub or something.
Is expected between 3 and 4. So we are going tomorrow. We are going to Iceland tomorrow. I have got my seasickness gear ready, and I think we're going to need it. Flippin' Nora.
Flippin' Nora. That's his version of swearing? Who the fuck is Nora? Why does she get flipped? Nora? Nora? How come Nora deserves a flipping?
Well, really sorry guys. Today has been very uneventful. Done a few chores, got a bit of petrol, been to the supermarket, got some food for tonight, which I've...
You know, it would have been better than that, Thomas, if you had have just got twisted. Do the petrol, do the supermarket shit, get that shit out of the way, then get a bottle of rum and just get absolutely maggoted twisted in your van. That'd be way more entertaining. Talk about shit. Remember old times, show photos, engage with YouTube content, react to stuff. Have fun, man. Like, loosen the shit up. Seasickness.
Just cooked. I'll show you in a second because it is a triumph. Let's get it out. Oh. So yeah, I've just been sat in this car park, unable to go out or pretty much do anything because of the winds. It's been crazy.
That's the perfect time to get shit-faced.
I've been editing this video, funnily enough, all day, and the EcoFlow Delta 2 down there on my front seat has been an absolute godsend, keeping the laptop top.
That is a good device. I should get one of those.
Up nicely, so I can basically edit for hours and hours and hours. And now all I'm going to do is sit back and tuck into this one.
Are you serious? There's more asparagus, dudes. Look at the amount of asparagus. If this dude doesn't mention the musty pea, I'm never ever, aside from on my streams, watching another video of his.
Beautiful steak, sauteed potatoes and asparagus tips, and pretty much keep editing and then maybe watch film. So I will see you.
Another film? You're mentioning another film and editing. You haven't mentioned the amount of asparagus you've ingested. Your pee would be fucking stinking the whole place out right now.
When boarding the ferry tomorrow.
Boring.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Dude, just get one pee. Like, get a bottle. Just get your pecker out. Just pee into that bottle and go, dude, 2 nights of asparagus. You should smell this. That smells like you've never smelt this musty shit before. And then you could even bring up Google and say, did you know that only 60% of people can actually smell this smell? But I can tell you now, this entire Daleka can smell the shit out of this musty smell. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, it needs to be more... It needs to be more fun, right? Like, you're driving to Denmark. Oh, you're driving through Denmark to Iceland. Make it fun, dude. Come on. Exclamation asparagus Netskis. Right on. He's not going to mention it.
Oh God, I've got to lean over. Get as close as we can.
Dugsky, I couldn't think of anything better than spending the night under one of those windmills. Yeah, true. We need one for that. What could it be, Netsky? What would it? I mean, it's got to be musty, right? Like
24. 24. Thank you. All right. 24. And my passenger side window is stuck down. This happens when it's cold. You wouldn't believe we're in the middle of summer, but we are in fact in freezing temperatures. Look, no, there is.
Mine used to do that.
Come on, up.
You know what that is? Mine does that. My driver's side does that, and it's the roller that needs lubricating. I actually took my lining off and lubricated my roller.
Oh, there we go. We don't want that getting stuck down. Flipping heck. Well, guten Morgen, everyone. We have had a...
You were in trouble now, tea and toast boy. Ooh.
I was going to say a very long drive. We've had about a 15-second drive from my park up. Not much more to report other than we're in a queue of traffic.
So the problem I have with this, and I'll make this super clear, and I want to do this as clearly and as eloquently as possible. This guy has driven from the UK. He landed in Amsterdam, and then he drove through to Denmark. He went through Germany to Denmark, or Belgium, Denmark, Belgium, Germany, Denmark, heading north. He's heading northwest. He's going to make his way to Iceland. He's already been out on the road for 4 or 5 days. He hasn't once mentioned his poo routine or his morning routine or even how does he pee in the van at night. So what I'm saying is, why hide that shit? Like, you're going to travel in a Delica and you're going to show us the road, then show us the road. Don't hold shit back. Like, I'm waiting to do this, but I've got the greatest pee bucket. I got this cool pee. I think I showed it to you once, but it's got this funnel. It's got this cable that goes like about 2 meters, and on the top there's this massive hole because it's got to be huge, right? Like to get your pecker in there, it's got to be absolutely It's got this thing it's about yay big. It's about that long. It's long enough to fit a flaccid penis in. You slide your pecker in it. You pee. It runs down this cable run, essentially a funnel, and I've got it positioned underneath my bed, so gravity does the work. And underneath it, there's a 2-liter canister that collects it. So at this festival that I photographed last weekend or the weekend before? Last weekend. Fuck, was that 2 weeks ago? Either way, I slept out. I shot a 2-day festival, Saturday, Sunday. So the first day is when I drank most of this Sandy rum, and then I slept out in my Delica, and I was pissing all night, right? But I was pissing into this massive funnel, and then I went surfing the next day, and then I shot the festival the next afternoon. The point of it is, and I didn't live stream or I didn't create any content, but the point I'm making is I'm not hiding any of that. Like, and when Marty and I do this trip out to Ayers Rock and we're live streaming it, I'm not going to hide any of that stuff. Like that's part of the trip, right? Like, how do you, like, this guy's in this tiny little van. Like, what do you do when you need to take a piss, right? You're not getting out. You just told us it's like windy and shit. You're not going to get out of the vehicle. So I don't get why. I mean, look, okay, so maybe not everybody's as chilled as I am, but it's part of the trip. So you probably want to, I think there's rum in this alcohol. You know what I'm getting at, right? You feel me, right? You feel that I'm saying don't hide shit. Like, at least if you're going to present this content, which this guy's presenting, don't hide it from us, is all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. In a long-winded way.
Some very cool traffic, by the way.
Very cool traffic? Seriously?
Queue of traffic. Some very cool traffic, by the way.
Oh, can someone please grab that?
We're in a queue of traffic. Some very cool traffic, by the way.
Some very cool traffic. I feel like we should nab that as a soundbite. How can traffic be cool, man? Traffic is not cool.
We're in a queue of traffic. Some very cool traffic, by the way.
And by the way, for those Americans, a queue of traffic is a lineup of traffic. Very cool. This is made better because of the angles. He's rotating his camera. It's more funky.
Oh yes, Iceland, here we come. How does this camera perform in low light? Let's find out. And this ferry is huge. Look at all those four-wheel drive vehicles over there. We're doing a Yui. Not sure about the turning circle of old Delhi. Let's find out.
Did you really add that audio? Net TV, I was more meaning your people loving your smell, not your bee pipes. I missed what you said.
Don't hit the bikes. Imagine. Dominoes. Okay, gotta watch out for people opening the doors and wing mirrors. So the problem is everyone's opening their doors and they want you to get in this lane, but of course, we can't get in the lowest lane because all the doors are open.
Fair point.
Well, I hope he doesn't want to open his tailgate. And we're in. All right, where are we? Deck 4, blue.
Deck 4.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that's very kind. Staircase C. I don't know what cabin I'm in. And I don't know what I've done with my ticket.
Dear passengers, we would like to...
Okay. Oh, now we are talking.
So the problem with this is we've already seen this on the other passage, the England to Amsterdam passage. We've already seen this shit, dude.
Oh, yes. Oh, this is better than the prison cell I was previously in.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the MS Norrøna. I believe that's my best. How did you like my pronunciation there, Norrøna? Man, this ship is huge. I can't believe how much driving I had to do just to park the van. Whereas when you go from Amsterdam to Newcastle, Newcastle to Amsterdam, you just drive on for about 20 or 30 meters and then you're parked up. But man, this is good. I'm excited.
I'm gonna skip forward. This is... Actually, I won't.
Excited to explore the ship. I'm going to go for lunch soon after
I'm going to explore the ship. Does that include the bar?
I had a shower and got all my stuff all sorted out. The room is fantastic. Big window, nice sized double bed. We have a work area with a desk, chair, decent sized cupboards, full bathroom, shower, toilet, sink, and we have a mini...
Again with the bathroom shit, dude. By the way, speaking of bathrooms, I think I'm going to hit mine. Is it wrong that this bathroom conversation is inspiring me to hit my own bathroom? I'm going to have to hit it. He's a little bit tedious at this point. I don't know. This is a long video. I mean, I'm enjoying it, but it's a little bit, you know. Another bathroom scene? Fuck me.
Fucking love you, bitch.
think I can safely say, after peeing 4 times, I have no musty smell in my pee at all. AKA, I haven't eaten asparagus in a long while. None must. None must.
Fridge. So I'm going to be very comfortable in here for the next 2 days. And I'm going to keep my fingers crossed.
Dude, you've got 2 days on this ship. That's enough time to get absolutely shit-faced at least once. Please, please go to the bar. Tell me you went to the bar. Thomas, tell me you went to the bar. You're on a boat for 2 days. Please go to the bar.
But the sea isn't too rough. We'll see. She's a big ship, so hopefully we won't feel it too much.
Go to the bar. Please, please. Okay. Okay. You're leaving the port. This guy wouldn't handle a night at the bar. Well, he's got a night to recover it. Come on. Got a spa bath there. There's a bar. There's a bar. Oh, you went past it, dude. There's another one. Shyla, Shyla, can I just interject? I know you. I've seen, I see Facebook. I don't comment often on Facebook, but I see Facebook. I know you. You've posted the beers and shit. This guy's at a fucking bar. That's water, man. That's water. What the hell? You've got 2 days on board this thing. What? Are we the weirdos that would go straight to the bar? Is it wrong that we want that? I don't know. I feel like at least in my audience, we all have, we've got it in check, right? Like, we love the booze up. We've also got it in check. Net TV said ages ago, I need some R&R, and I realized that. Like, I work all the time, and I work all weird hours and shit. So when it's my time, I want to just kick back. I guess, I don't know. I guess maybe it shouldn't be everybody though. Like, but in terms of a YouTube video, what makes more exciting? Not a dude talking about the fucking weather and showing us the bathroom. He's doing it wrong. Right on. I agree. I agree. Okay, so you're almost there, Heston. You know that shot pouring the fucking gravy on top and then eating the food? What better was like necking a shot. Charlotte, I went on a pub crawl on my own in Cairns. Right on. I know you did too, Charlotte. I know you did. Hendrik says he's got no idea. Well, he's got his own idea. Let's not say no idea. He's got his own idea. His idea is not our idea though. I like how you call him Heston. Isn't that his name? What am I getting wrong? Isn't that his name, Heston? Thomas Heaton. My bad. I thought his name was Heston. Whoops. Heaton.
Well, I have to say, my time on the ship so far has been very productive and very relaxing. I have to say, I've just had some fantastic food, and now we are...
Nobody gets relaxed by eating food! You've got to drink some booze! You don't get relaxed by just eating food, dude. That's normal. You normally eat food. You can't be relaxed on a ship unless you go into the bar. That's what it's for. Fuck. My time on board the ship has been so relaxing. It's exactly the same as when I'm at home. I'm doing the same. I've been very productive. I've managed to edit 4 videos and I've watched 7 series, and it's the same as being at home. Then why would you leave home? You're on a ship. You're on a trip, dude. You should just relax. Get your fucking got a drink into your goddamn. Fuck. This is so bad. Look at this guy.
Well, I have to say, my time on the ship so far has been very productive and very relaxing. I have to say, I've just had some fantastic food, and now we are approaching the Faroe Islands.
Is this YouTube? Okay, let me just stop. Let me interject. Is it possible he has been having a good time and he's been keeping all of that separate from his content? Is it possible he did that shot at the dinner table? He poured his fucking gravy and he ate the thing, and then he turned the camera off, and then he went wild in the nightclub and picked up 7 different girls and went yahooing across the ship and drank whiskey, and then he came back the next day. Because we wouldn't know, right? It's 2 days on board this ship. He could have done anything. What I'm getting at is, what's more entertaining to watch? A guy saying, oh, this is fantastic. This is the same as being at home. I've managed to get through all of my work, and I washed all of my clothes as well. There was a clothes washer and I dried everything, and now I'm ready to go again for the next 7 days of sitting in car parks and eating asparagus and waiting for the weather. You know what I'm saying? Like, what would be more entertaining? Letting your hair down, like letting loose, enjoying yourself. I'm just calling it. I'm calling it. Charlotte, me and H-Man drank bottles of Prosecco and went to nightclubs and texted Danny Black to come down. Was Danny on your ship? Was Danny... Dude, Danny, right, Danny Black, of course.
Now, I'm not getting off here, obviously, but...
No, you're not getting off. You're not. That's the problem, dude.
The Faroe Islands.
Look at this. Look how excited he is for spending his time.
Well, I have to say, my time on the ship so far has been very productive and very relaxing, I have to say.
You're not on a ship to be productive. You're on a ship to be relaxed, dude. What the fuck?
Had some fantastic food, and now we are approaching the Faroe Islands.
Do you reckon he's hamming this up to be more entertaining on a video? Do you reckon he's pushing this to be more like, how can I make this passage to the Faroe Islands somehow more engaging? I'll really give it some. Do you reckon that's what he's doing? I reckon he's being not exactly truthful here.
Now, I'm not getting off here, obviously, but
that's obvious. You're not getting off.
I can grab my camera and get some beautiful shots as we sail in and sail out. We're going to be getting in at about 9 p.m, so hopefully we can have beautiful light. But
9 p.m, that's perfect time. You'd be a little toasty there after a few wines. Danny needed convincing in the chat. Charlotte, I have my own fun on my own. I enjoy my own company. I like to make sure if anyone else have loads of fun. Charlotte, he was on our 80s cruise. Wow. Okay. Yeah, okay, Danny.
But I'm going to say, looking out of the window, it looks very murky. Now,
whoa. Yo, Heston, why does the outside weather concern you? You're on a ship for 2 days. You've got a lovely little cabin. There's plenty of bars on board the ship. Why would the weather have any concern to you? Let the fucking captain navigate those heavy seas, right? He's controlling the ship. Let him do his thing. It's time for you, Captain Heston, to put your fucking Daleka keys down and just enjoy the ride. And heaven forbid you take a little extra curricular annihilation. Just have a drink, dude. Even just one would make me happy.
Shots as we sail in and sail.
Did he say shots? Shots.
I'm hoping I can grab my camera and get some beautiful shots as we
get some shots. Someone should clip that.
But I'm hoping I can grab my camera and get some beautiful shots as
get some beautiful shots.
But I'm hoping I can grab my camera and get some beautiful shots as we
I want to get some shots. Hendrik, Gibbs, you don't watch my content. You missed out on all the wild footage we got. Not just one cruise, but also the full flume. I didn't see it, dude. I didn't. Dude, hey, I work. I'm working on my asparagus pea.
Sail in and sail out. We're going to be getting in at about 9 p.m, so hopefully we can have beautiful...
He's too excited.
Lights. But I'm going to say, looking out of the window...
By the way, just an interjection here. I was going to do a 2-hour stream. It's now 3 hours and 50 minutes. Heston, you can learn from this. I'm having another one. That's going to be finished, isn't it? I'm going to finish that. That reminds me of the time I was on board the Explorer with Danny Black. And, I bought 2 bottles of Bounty rum, and we drank them both. No. Did we drink one of the... Did I bring a Bounty rum? No, that was Ryan that brought a Bounty rum for me. Hendrik? I can't remember. That was way before Govan. Hendrik? What are you suggesting? That I don't watch you yahoos? Wait, am I on trial or is Heston on trial right now? Who's on trial here? Is it me? Does the jury direct their attention to Gives a Minute, or is it still on Heston? Here's the thing though. If I needed to defend myself, which I think I might need to now, I feel like I've been accused. I feel like there's an accusation leveled at me, so I want to do the deflection. And if I could deflect in any way, I would do it this way. The deflection would be, and I've always said this, and it is true, I don't spend a lot of time watching content because I'm typically creating content. That said, in the last, it's been over a year and a half now. So before I went to New Zealand, pretty much in the months, I guess the 2 months leading up to New Zealand, I had to, this sounds a little bit privileged, but I had to sort of resonate with myself that, dude, in the next few months, you're going to have a 9 to 5, right? You haven't had a 9 to 5 since, well, the library, right? I guess the library was like, and that wasn't even 9 to 5. That was 9 to whenever on whatever days. But I said to myself, well, if I'm going to go to New Zealand, I'm going to be working for a company and I'm going to be required to attend regular work hours. So I'm just trying to think back to how my mind was sort of processing that. I'd had this weird mindset in my head that I'm never going to have to work a 9 to 5 again in my life. I'm sorted. I'm good. I've got content. I've got YouTube. I'm good. Whereas when I decided at a whim to go back to New Zealand, I was like, that's going to require a lot of money, right? That's going to require excess setup costs. I'm going to make that back by working 9 to 5. Or in New Zealand's case, working 100 to 100, whatever the days they wanted. I never said no. Oh, I never told you guys the argument that happened. But I said yes to everything. Every single shift on that job I said yes to. Where am I going with this? You know what? We should finish Heston. I know how you feel. Since I started streaming, I have Welsh lesson. Yeah. So my point was that I haven't watched anything. You know when it started for me? The switching off of anyone's content. And this is not really related to New Zealand, but it's coincidental to New Zealand. But do you remember when what's his name? What's the truck guy? Trucking. JAI Trucking. Was that it? Yeah, JAI Trucking. Yeah, on DLive. Do you remember when he accused me of being some... Like, he leveled something at me. He's like, you this and you that. And I was like, what? From you? I'm getting abused? I was like, that's way weird. Like, I don't... Yeah, and when that happened, that whatever the scenario was, I can't quite remember what it was, but he accused me of something. And I was like, that's so strange, because, like, he is a guy that I didn't really have a great connection. Like, that's the wrong word. Not a great connection. A great deal of connection to. Like, I knew of the guy, and we'd hosted him a few times. He'd hosted me, and I always thought I always thought he was like, yeah, just another streamer, and I liked his content because it was IRL. You had his GoPro up in his truck, and I was like, that's cool, man. Like, but he flipped his script on me, and he abused me about something, and I was like, fuck, man, I've never done anything. Like, aside from hosting you, I've never done anything to even closely warrant an attack. Yet here he is attacking me. And so at that point, I was in conversation with New Zealand, and I was like, well, I'm going to do this New Zealand. So it was at that point that it was coincidental that I was like, well, I can't watch anything anyway. So just turned everything off and went to New Zealand and started, like, you might say, well, why wouldn't you start watching Grimm? And what's the other North Island young guy, the DJ Millsy, right? Why wouldn't you tune in with those guys? I didn't even tune into those dudes, and I'm in their country. And I was like, no, I'm doing my own thing in New Zealand. I'm setting myself up in New Zealand. I'm doing my own thing. But all that stuff got pushed aside, and that's pretty much like, that's the timeline of it. I haven't really checked in on anybody since then, and since then, DLive has, they banned me from the Discord and blah blah blah, and Kick came about, and so I feel like I don't even really need, like, when Dalesky came in and said that Suki's back on DLive, I'll be completely honest, I didn't even know she was left. Shoot me, I didn't know she'd left. I didn't know there was any. I didn't know anything. Like, I didn't know. When I heard Suki's back on DLive, I was like, okay. I'm so far removed from it. Grimm left DLive. I mean, yeah, yeah. Look, I'm not trying to dig into the ins and outs of DLive, but I am. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to explain or describe. Not even that. I guess I'm just illustrating how, in an ultimate sense, I've lost interest. Yeah, lost interest in DLive, and therefore lost interest in live streaming. I feel like the platform DLive didn't do what it said it would do. It didn't grow the way it was proclaiming it would grow, and the community involved in that didn't push that platform to be the thing that it could be, and therefore help the platform and the streamers and the viewers, right? It's a two-way street. In that case, it's a three-way street. It didn't do that. And so when I saw that that was the way it was going, or that was the way that it was inevitably headed, I just like lost interest in it entirely. Like, I was like, okay, well, fuck you, DLive. Fuck you, DLive staff. Fuck you, DLive, for banning me from the Discord. Fuck you for wanting to like crop me off when all I want to do is help the platform, promote the platform, get more crew over the platform, build the platform. Like, fuck you. If you don't want me to do that, then fuck you. So the case in point is very clear, where in the entire time that I was in New Zealand, in my entire, I guess it was 9 months or 10 months, I streamed IRL from the South Island of New Zealand in Queenstown, which is the premier destination for extreme sports. I climbed mountains, literally climbed mountains. I went on gondolas. I went up in the fucking snow-covered mountains on a snowboard. I did all of this live, and not once, not even once, did DLive promote that content in the form of, here's a streamer that we should put up on our carousel that you could enjoy. I streamed IRL from the top of the fucking one of the scenes of the Two Towers, the Lord of the Rings film, Kelvin Heights. I streamed live from there. I streamed from Queenstown Hill numerous times, 3 or 4 times, Queenstown Hill. I streamed in Queenstown during a snowstorm. I sat out in Queenstown on the Lake Wakatipu during a snowstorm. I streamed a 12-hour day of my entire shift working for NZ Ski as a shuttle driver, driving up Coronet Peak and driving punters through the car park system at Coronet Peak ski fields for 12 hours live to the internet on DLive, and not even once did they promote that. Not once. I went up, someone said to me, who was it? I can't remember. Someone in my chat said, I'd like to learn about the incoming flights and the outgoing flights from Queenstown Airport. So I went out to Frankton Estate and I climbed a mountain and I sat looking down at the airport and I did a live stream and it turned into a snowstorm. I sat there filming the airport, showing incoming and out because some Music Man, I think it was, Music Man asked me to do it. I filmed that. I streamed it live. They didn't promote it, not once. I climbed up Jack's estate, Jack's Point, a new-ish, one of the newer estates in Queenstown or in the outskirts of Queenstown, Jack's Point. I went out there on a bus, the ore bus, $1. That was fucking rad. The $1 ore bus, that was so sick. I went out to Jack's Point. I did a live stream from the top, looking back down the Lake Wakatipu onto Queenstown. I streamed all this shit. I did this on my days off. Every time I had and when I couldn't go out, I would sit at home and I'd show you my house and my housemates. I did all this stuff. I lived with 4 Indian chefs, and all of them came on. Not all. Shlok, you all, and DLive said, and just spat over it. They're like, no, we're not going to promote this guy. Fuck that guy. So DLive can suck that. Fuck DLive. You completely fucked me, and the reason they fucked me is because I had the tenacity to say, hang on a second, why is everybody leaving this platform? Why are the good streamers departing? What can we do to make sure that these streamers do not leave DLive? What do we have to do? What are the steps? They banned me. As the moment I asked that in the verified partners Discord, they blocked me. So at that point, you get to this point or that point where you're like, okay, one of the perks of being a verified partner is that you have access to the Discord where you can talk with other partners and have an open Discord, right? This is the idea of it. This is literally, like, by terms, this is literally one of the rewards for achieving verified partner. The Discord, the partners only Discord. Yet those fuckwits blocked me from that Discord and yet remained me in a partner program. So I've always said the question needs to be asked, was what I said in that Discord, was what I suggested, and the suggestion was, what do we need to do to ensure that people do not leave DLive? Like, everyone's leaving. So what can we do? What can we change to make sure that they don't leave? I asked that question. So is that question enough of a question to remove my partner program, to block me out of the partnership, right? Is asking that question so outlandish that I've got to be blocked from the partner program? And if the answer is no, which clearly that is the answer is no, right? That's not an egregious question to ask. Then you should, DLive, you should reinstate me back into that Discord so that we can have the discussion which partners are enabled to have. I'm still a verified partner. I've still been a VP the whole time. Yet you dicks removed me from the Discord, taking away one of those privileges of being a partner. And the reason you did it was because I asked What can we do as a platform to ensure other partners do not leave because everybody's leaving? So I've already had that out and I've got that out of my system, but there it is again right now. I'm not too sure how that came up now. I'm going to argue that there might have been some rum in this alcohol. I hope there is, because otherwise I've bought non-alcoholic rum. That would suck. The point remains clear. Wow. And then, in the instance of me going to New Zealand, Kick.com started. And Kick.com went, you know what? We're going to do things differently. We're going to change it up a little here. We're going to compete. And everyone, even Crazy K-Man, even another, not a verified partner, a GP, a global partner. A global partner. Crazy K-Man created a channel on Kick and started streaming on Kick. I think, and Tidy, the dude behind everything, right? The face of D-Live. He's staff on Kick. I mean, is that clear enough, or have I got to do that harder? That's got to be clear, right? The staff of D-Live. And there's many staff members, right? But the one who's the public-facing staff member, even he went, fuck you, D-Live. I got a better offer from Kick.com. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do two-palmed. Is this even possible to do a two-palm forward slap? Tidy left D-Live. What more needs to be said, right? What more needs to be said? Heston, what do you got for me?
Looks very murky. Now,
it's very murky out there, Heston.
If that's good or bad, I guess we'll see.
Very murky. That's a metaphor for the D-Live scenario, right? Well, it's very murky out there. Tidy's not there.
All right, let's go see if we can see the Faroe Islands through the gloom. The answer is no. You can't see a thing.
Wait, did you put a life jacket on?
Is no.
Has he got a life jacket on to be on board that ship? Seriously? I mean, maybe that's a requirement, but he's got a life jacket on to go outside. Net TV. Tidy was like that tight ass in the wagon before, and now you're saying he's cool? No, the point I was making about Tidy is that if D-Live was so rad and everything was so cool, why did one of the fucking main crew, like the main dude, like the public-facing staff member, why did he leave? Why didn't D-Live say, hey, Tidy, you let me jump off for a second, because I don't want to go too deep into this, or I don't want to dwell on it, because it's fucking pointless, basically, but Tidy was the public-facing staff member of D-Live, and he obviously got approached by Kick. Hey, we got this thing that we're doing. We want you to be a part of it. Here's the offer. And Tidy would have been contracted, or maybe he was out of contract at that point. Who knows? I mean, we got to a point where D-Live was so lackadaisic about everything that it feels like maybe there wasn't any contracts in place. Maybe Tidy was clear of his contract. Maybe he'd already met his obligations. And so when Kick approached him, he's like, really? You're going to pay me this amount of money? Because let's not forget, Kick is backed by Stake, right? There's a fuck ton of money there. A fuck ton of money. Kick is loaded. What is that? Talking about 30 million to bring in, what's his XQC? All these big numbers to bring these big dudes in. I'm sure that there was a very, very favorable negotiation to bring Tidy on. And ultimately, all you can assume, and this is all I can assume because I don't know any details, but all you can assume is Tidy went, that much? D-Live. Hello, Kick. That's all you can assume, right? He jumped across to Kick. To Tidy. Tidy jumped across to Kick, leaving D-Live in its wake, saying, fuck that. Fuck you, dudes. I'm done. He didn't issue a public statement to that effect, but all you can assume... Money, money, money! Makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense, dude.
Oh, you can't see a thing.
That was disappointing. Honestly, I've been looking forward to sailing into and out of the Faroes for so long, and it's just a pea soup. Can't see a thing.
You know what? On the Faroe Islands, there's a couple of distilleries. Yeah, he'll avoid them.
And now we're docked, and it's almost sunset, and we're going to be here for about an hour and a half, and then we're going to leave, and it'll be dark. So, sadly...
Perfect chance to go to the bar.
I won't be photographing the Faroe Islands in this video, but there is always a chance that when I sail back in a couple of weeks, maybe that's when we'll get it.
Nah, you missed your chance.
Oh yeah, that's where I really wanted to shoot. Maybe I should just come to the Faroe Islands, that's an idea, isn't it? Anyway, tomorrow morning, hopefully tomorrow morning, I need to check, we're gonna arrive in Iceland. So yeah, I'm gonna relax, do more work. All I've been doing on the ship is working.
Yeah, sounds like awesome, man. You've left home and all you've done is work. Awesome. What a great trip away.
Do more work, and then yeah, we'll be there.
Do you know what? He's got 10 minutes left of this. I don't really want to watch the rest of this. I've seen enough. I feel like we gave him 30 minutes of 36. I feel like that's enough. Anybody want to see the rest of it? I'll leave it up to you dudes, but I'm done with that. I'm done with Heston. Play something cool. Now I was gonna get out of here because, like, what is it now? As far as a 2-hour stream goes, we're now 4 hours and 11 minutes in. I feel like I'm gonna wrap it up here so I can get some food, get to bed, get up early, and go surfing. We had fun with him, piss him off. Yeah, I feel like I'm done. Yeah. So, with that in mind, I probably will stream tomorrow in the afternoon. We probably should do a virtual vinyl stream. What other vinyl have I got here from my collection? Oh, you know what we could do? There's other vinyl here. I've got this Leo Sayer album. We could virtual vinyl that thing. Oh, also got the 24 Schlagerfolgen. This one, and also this David Bowie. So we could do a this is Young Americans, right? We could do a virtual vinyl stream tomorrow. I mean, I'm working on Monday, but not stupidly early, not working until 7 a.m. So that's a bit of a normal stream. So we could do a virtual vinyl stream tomorrow, Arvo. The wind is changing overnight to offshore, so it's going to be westerly. And by the way, there's a big swell, dude. There's a 2.4 meter swell. Let me just check that. 2.4 meter swell right now, or at least coming overnight. Yeah, dude, look. Can you see this? Let me just this chart here. See this line going up this way? This is the swell line. So as we move along, so this light green is today, and this dark blue is overnight, and that line going up from where my finger is the swell, and that basically. Now I got to turn it back up. Oh, hang on a sec. I think it went to 2.4 meters from the north. Northerly swell. Now I can see perfectly. So right now, the swell, where are we? It's a northeasterly swell, 2.7 meters northeasterly swell, which is the northeasterly swell means it's the left-hand point break on crookies, but of course the wind is crucial to that. So right now the wind is also northeasterly, so that's fucked. Those two combinations, northeasterly swell and northeasterly wind, that's fucked, right? It's the worst. It's just it's shit, so shit. But if you go forward overnight to tomorrow morning, the wind Oh shit, yeah, the wind has changed. When did it change? It changes at 4 a.m. At 4 a.m. it goes from northwesterly, which is swinging around a little bit. So for those that are not in Australia, I'm on the east coast of the country. So east is that way, north is up. So the wind right now is coming from the northeast, and the swell is too, so it's fucked. As we progress throughout the night, the wind is shifting northwest, so it's coming off the land slightly. Not quite what we want, but it's getting there. And then, as you see here, when it dips and then it starts rising back up, it becomes a west northwesterly. So the wind is coming from the west northwest. So it's coming from this way, pushing out to the ocean, and it's tending northwest. So it's kind of coming that way. That's perfect with a northeasterly swell for a left-hand point break at Crookies. And by the way, the swell at the same time, and the tide is out too. All the things are lining up for a perfect morning tomorrow morning. The swell is east-northeasterly, 2.5 meter swell. East-northeast, so that's coming off the east, which is directly that way. East-northeast is this. So what you got is you got swell coming from this way. You got the land is here. Swell coming this way, wind coming this way. The perfect culmination of a point break, which is what Crookies is. The left is on tomorrow from pretty much from 6 a.m. The wind becomes moderate from the west. So up until about 10 a.m. So from 6 till 10 a.m. the wind is kind of mellow from the west. After that it becomes moderate from the west. And so the tide is out from 6 a.m. and it slowly starts going up towards 11 a.m. So just saying, if you want to go surfing at Crookhaven Heads tomorrow, you want to be there at about 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Now, I'll probably get there at about 8-ish. More than likely, I'll aim it for 8. And that's going to be fucking incredible. On paper, it should be tits. That should be the best it's been for a while. What about the temperature? Let me just check the temperature. Not that really matters, but it does kind of make a difference, I suppose, because you feel better. Sunrise is at 6:06 a.m. By 8 a.m., so there's no clouds, so it's going to be sunlight. Sunlight, 19, 21, 22. So it's going to be one of those days where there's no clouds on the horizon, sun comes up that way, swell comes this way, wind goes that way, point goes, fuck yes. And everybody's going to be getting good lefts. And maybe tomorrow I get a barrel. I don't know. I feel good. I want it. Either way, there'll be not either way. If the surf is on paper conditions are good. If I surf well tomorrow, there should be a good video for you. If I don't surf well, which does happen, I often, a lot of times I just delete the footage. I don't edit it. I surfed shit. Delete. On that case, there will be a virtual vinyl stream. I'll let you decide. What do you want to do tomorrow in virtual vinyl? Leo Sayer, David Bowie, or Schlagerfolgen, 24 Schlager songs? I'll let you. Actually, you know what? You should decide now. Net TV, David Bowie. Okay, you're a young American. Done. Net TV. Irregardless of what the surf does tomorrow, we'll do an IRL, a virtual vinyl stream. We'll listen to this album, David Bowie. I'll keep this out so I can remember. This one's tomorrow. It's going to go over here so I can remember it. So we're going to do that tomorrow. These ones are going to go back in the bag. And the other thing too is I've got a... Oh, fuck. I forgot to tell you this. I slept talked last night. Wow. Dude, can I play it for you? I'm going to play it for you. I talked about... Oh, fuck, I'm a dickhead, hey. in my sleep talk last night, I said something like, "You want a piece of me? I could have been a contender." And the reason, I think, so that's the Contender, right? The Mark of Cain, an Adelaide band that I've worked with, and you guys have all known on my streams. So I recently bought a pre-release. I paid for the vinyl of Ill at Ease, which is arguably their best record. It's coming out on double vinyl, blah, blah, blah. So I bought this. I paid for it, right? I paid for it a month. It's not shipping until the end of November. So I paid for it and forgot about it. But obviously it's in the back of my mind because last night while I was right there sleeping, I was having an argument with someone saying, "You want a piece of me?" And I was like, "I could have been a contender." And I want to play it for you because it's so fucking stupid that I did this shit. I just spent an hour bagging Heston Blumthal, so I want to at least acknowledge that I'm also a dickhead. Arguably, I'm a bigger dickhead than this guy. I can't see shit here. I gotta put glasses on. God, I love getting old. Oh, that's better. Where's this app? Sleep Talk. Fucking hell. When I heard this morning, I was like, fucking, what were you thinking, dude? I don't know. What did I call it? I could have been a contender. This happened last night at 1:56 a.m. Let me turn off this this background audio. How do I do that here? There's a little... that should have done it. Okay, check this out. I could have been a contender. Where is it? Where is it? I can't see it. I saw it a second ago. Here we go. I could have been a contender.
Piece of me. You want a piece of me? I could have been a contender.
You want to hear that again? It's a bit stupid, right? I'm obviously having an argument with somebody. I can't see the chat. Do you want a piece of me? Here we go.
You want a piece of me? You want a piece of me? I could have been a contender.
I could have been almost anything. What else did happen last night? Just as a... I was on fire last night, apparently. I was chatting to anybody that would listen. This one happened last night at 2:36 a.m. Rise above radicalization.
Bitch. Lethal. Rise above radicalization.
I mean, look, the point must be made. I don't pretend to be a normal human specimen. I'd never thought that. I've never conceived that. I'm a weirdo, right? I'm an absolute weirdo. I know that. I've resonated that with my life. I'm 48. I know I'm a weirdo. You know I'm a weirdo. Can we celebrate being weird together? I hope so. I want to be weird, and I want to continue being weird with you yahoos, but tonight, this is going to cap it off. Hey, can I just say before we go, Charlotte, it's nice to see you. Just saying. Charlotte, I know I saw your shit. I saw your shit on Facebook. I don't post much over there. I saw your shit, and I know you were going through a rough time, and you have done for a while, and I get you. But just know that we know, the dudes know. So just one thing that stood out to me, Charlotte, I'm just speaking straight to you right now. One thing that stood out to me when I saw a picture that you posted, you didn't even probably know you did this, but your tattoo was visible slightly on the side, and it was the Harbour Bridge and the Shangri-La, your tattoo on your arm. And I was just like, this girl's got a tattoo on her arm of a place that she loves. It's Sydney. And that's a combination of things that we've shared on streams together. So you might feel like you're alone, and you might feel like you're down, and you might feel like shit's all gnarly and it's all And fuck you, you're not the only one, because we all get that shit. I get that shit all the time, right? But you're not alone. And like, even though someone might not respond, like Facebook to me, I said that years ago, but I feel like Facebook's going to disappear. I feel like it's going to go. It's going to be gone. Just, yeah. But you're here. We're here. I'd hate for anything to happen. So just know that if you ever get to that, you know, fucked up, don't just Facebook it. Give me a call. And I'm sure I'm speaking for Hendrik as well. And Dugsky. So you know you can just call. Like I know because I know, right? It's fucked. And I know how shit it's been, and to be completely frank, it doesn't get any better. It hasn't for me anyway. Yeah. But anyway, I'll see you yahoos tomorrow. Appreciate you all. Heston, take care. Enjoy your trip across. He's still over there doing his little... All right, I'm out of here. See you guys. Take care. Heston, get out of here. Go to the bar, dude. Go to the bar. Kicking it with Gives a Minute on Kick.